test. Oh, I hear it. Sound is good. Hold on. This. This. Hold on. Thumbs up, everybody. Thumbs up. Okay, this is now these two. What's up, everybody? This is the Jedi. Good afternoon and good evening. I tried to get us off to an earlier start today because I don't want to take up too much of your weekend. And I said I would be here today. If I wasn't here yesterday, that I'd be here today. The time is going so quickly. I'm usually not affected by time changes, and there's a fly in my house. Okay, nice fly, nice fly. Just you can land. It's fine. Okay, fine. Great. Anyways, but for some, and I don't remember if the clock went up or back, but whatever it did, I'm feeling it, man. Like it feels like the days are long as hell. Like another one. Nice fly. Nice fly. You're very nice. Great day, isn't it? Just a great day to die. Gotcha. All right. 2 for 2. And so, like it'll seem like the day has been like a full day, and it's like 6 o'clock, and you look and it's 2:30. I'm over it. Yeah, just not really feeling the time thing right now, at all. I want to say too that I started out, you guys, today trying to make phone calls to some of you guys, and I think I'm going to continue with that tomorrow. I'm so busy, y'all, and I'm not tired right now. Like, I rested well last night. I'm good, but I'm just saying, as a general principle, I don't have any of my, I'm just very tired, you know, and many of you know why, that speak to me privately. I'm very tired most of the time, and so then when I'm not tired, I'm just too lazy. I can't go on, you know, and so I will try and continue that tomorrow. I was glad that I was able to get in some calls this morning, and surprisingly, there was people that weren't available. So people are probably out Black Friday shopping and supporting companies that support Israel, which is one of the things we're going to look at in this sitting today. I'm going to bring you some of the companies that you're not going to do business with anymore. And that if you do, that you will know that you're a horrible person and that you have blood on your hands. You know, we have to take a stand on something, everybody, in life, just as an individual. It doesn't even have to be an international cause or anything like that. It's just you as an individual. You have to know what you stand for, man, and like what you've decided is going to be your constitution in life. That's what I'm trying to say. You know, the other week I was tired, and so I decided, and I couldn't figure out what is that. Oh, this thing is very sensitive, or we'll have no mouse. I still got a mouse. No mouse. Mouse, please, come on, man. I don't got time for this. Oh. Okay, mouse. And I couldn't, I didn't have anything here prepared for dinner, and it was late already, and so I went to this little Mexican place, that's not too far from my house, that, you know, it's not Taco Bell. They fix authentic food there. But why I mention it is because the place was full. There was a lot of people sitting in there, and I was just getting mine to go. But so I went outside to just wait outside, and let me say this before I go any further. You guys keep a close eye on the stream. If you notice any glitching or anything abnormal, let me know. You gotta be watching with me, especially my moderators. You guys, you gotta be with me. So I went to stand outside, and there was these two brothers, young brothers. One said he was 18 or 19, and the other one was 20. And they came walking past, and just I had the inspiration to just stop them in that moment. And I just said to them, what's up, young brothers? What's going on? Just an intro. And I began to ask them, I said, you won't remember me. I'm nobody. And so that's not important. I said, but I believe in the power of words. And someday you'll remember the words that I'm going to say to you today. And you won't remember who told them to you, but you'll just remember that you heard them, And so I was struck by the fact that I asked them, like, what's on your mind? Like, what's at the forefront? What's the thing that's most on your mind right now? Just at any moment, like, what's on your mind? And they just stood there blank. I don't want to influence any answers, so I stood there for an hour. It wasn't an hour, but for that. But I wasn't going to get an answer because they were just like blank. And so I went to my next question, what's the most important thing to you? And you can't say your family, and, what would you die for? They had no answers for anything at all. And I said to them, the reason why I stopped you guys is I said, I'm 1,000 years older than you. And so I'm disconnected from your generation, but I'm just curious to know, like, what you thinking about? Like, what's your life? What you doing? And their reaction to that statement was very positive. I could see they were really like taken by that. Like, it was odd and refreshing. Like, I know nobody's ever asked them that. Nobody's asked them that. I know that already. But just that there was nothing at all, So without going too long on that, I just want to say, you got to know what it is that you represent in life, everybody, on every level, for anything at all, And you won't perfect it. That's what life is. Life is jihad, And the greatest jihad, Allah says to us, is the mastery of self, So, but that's your part of your everyday life journey. When you wake up and your eyes open, you've been given another chance. You give grace and honor and gratitude to Allah, the one that created you, for giving you another day, another chance, not just for and not just for you to try and figure yourself out, but also another chance to get your spiritual dossier in order so that you may be eligible for paradise on the great day of judgment. This is the ultimate prize, the ultimate seeking that should pervade over your intention in your existence. I think that's what I want to say. If you saw the last video, the recorded video that I released, which is why I'm here now, because that video was going to be such a good video, y'all. I mean, wow. Because, I'm the type of speaker, and I notice that great speakers do this. I don't consider myself a great speaker, but I know great speakers, and what I'm going to say to you will resonate with you when I say it right now. Really great speakers. You listen to a president like Obama, or Louis Farrakhan, or your pastor at your church, which you shouldn't be in that house of death anyways, but that's something else. I want to get into it. who else can I name that you will know? But just say this. So they always, especially speakers that speak from the heart, it's different for a speaker speaking from prepared remarks, you know. But they usually kind of just warm into it, you know, and then it begins to crescendo, and then it gets good, and oh my God, and it's all flowing. And I know that about myself, you know. Um, I usually start out like this, and then before we're done, I've thrown every rocket and bomb at everybody, you feel me? And so such was the case with this last video. You know, I was a little shy because it was already 2 hours, and I saw the number of clips that I still had left that I wanted to show you. And not just the clips, but me talking, you know, that there was time, you know, we're going to be here for a minute. So I went ahead, and after the Joy Reid piece, you hear me say, that was fire, and then it was going to be a transition back to me, and then I was going to go into discussing that, and then I was going to go turn that clip and keep it going. But I had some really good stuff lined up, and I finished it. The final product was 5 hours, but I know that some of that was me getting up, and some of it was me in the transition. Now I got to go and find the other video and, you know, cue it up and stuff like that, and then come back and cue it, and then I'll edit that and editing, and all you'll see is just going to the next clip and all that stuff. So it would have come down to maybe 4 hours, maybe under 4 hours, you know. But the final product when I put in the editor was 5+ hours. And so but then when I hit play, because now I got to start playing it to edit it and all that stuff, and it was chipmunks, y'all. I just thought, this cannot be. This can't be. It can't be. It can't be. So I thought I was gonna start with the Joy Reid piece just to as a refresher, and then move us into, and maybe I will do that. Why not? And so this was sort of the continuation, because I knew that, as I said in the opening of that, I put an addendum at the front in editing that, you know, this ain't all of it, you know, and we'll just kind of pick up when we're live together. First, let me cue this, then I want to come and see who's here, and then we'll be off to the races. Now, what do I got to do? I got to go to my own channel. That'll be easier. Okay, that's the live. I need this. And I'm so glad it's not like summertime no more, y'all. I'm telling you, we went through it here, you know. I mean, 110, 111, 112 degree days we had, you know. Like, I'm just glad that's over. You know, no more getting up and turning on the air and turning it off, turn it on the air, turn it off, you know. And I have a remote, but I can't. I accidentally clicked on this, and do I want this? This isn't, what am I doing? This is Renegade Hezbollah. Okay, I can get that again. That's not a problem. Me. And this. And this. Yeah, perfect. No, cue it back, Jedi. Cue it back. It's not that long. Come on now. Come to me. Do what I tell you. Do what I tell you. You see? They're that murderous. They're that demonous, you know? And we're seeing this happen now, slowly but surely. I want to see if I have the Joy read clip. I just need to make sure you hear that clip. Anyways, play it.
Sometimes
you see, they're that murderous. Yeah. Okay, we good. They're that demonous. Demonous. You know. As you may or may not know, there is a ceasefire now in Gaza. But I'm going to tell you why it's not going to last, because I know this white devil. All right. Let me come and see who's here first, and then we'll go into our first piece. Melanin 100, Shalom and Salam. Big shout out to you, Melanin. Hashtag free Israel, free Nigeria, hashtag free Ethiopia, hashtag free Sudan, hashtag free Somalia, hashtag free Palestine. Yes, I love you for that. Simply Sandra, simply forgive me. I'm so simply glad you're here. I love your name. A big shout out to you, Queen. And you're one of the people that I wanted to call, and I apologize that I didn't call you whenever I was supposed to call you, or whenever our last, yeah, I don't remember, but I know I'm supposed to call you. But good evening, or good afternoon. You say, Jedi, the checks, the clocks. You say, the clocks went back, Jedi, here in South Florida. The time is for 4:22. Okay, back. And Melanin echoes that. You say, I seen your last video and it was good, and you always speak truth to power. You are a great speaker, Jedi. I have learned so much from you. I appreciate you. Thank you so much, San. I deeply thank you so much. Imhotep, good to see you. I haven't seen you in a minute. Peace and blessings back at you. And then Melanin, you say, I listened to your last video when you said you had issues with the recording. I would like to say the information you did record was excellent. Thank you for the information and sources, news clips. Yes. You know, anytime that I can back up what it is I'm saying to you, that's more powerful, you know. But it's also an example, because as I've tried to say to my audience over the years, you know, because people just take, and it's just getting worse, it seems, as time goes on. People just take anything they hear and they run down the fucking mountain with it. Don't do that. Go and vet that. Know that it is the truth. Know that it's solid information. Then go run tell it on the mountain if you want to, you know? But there's so much of that. It's so much of that. How many times do I hear videos? It'll be something nonsense. It's not something serious, but some of the stuff can be serious. But you know, you hear somebody say, you know, what I had heard. You click away from that shit immediately. I don't care what it is. Click away. You know, do what you think you need to do. But for me, you know, I'm a knowledge seeker. My very last name means student and knowledge seeker. Literally, my last name means that. But I think even without my name, I pray Allah I would have been that anyway, you know. And I like to know what I know, that I know, you know. but it also qualifies me as a man because, as I always say, manhood is, as I told those kids, one of the things I did say to them is you don't just anoint into manhood. There's requisite, and one of the requisites is your word, and part of your word needs to be your knowledge. What you say needs people to say his knowledge is usually solid, so I can kind of run with that, but still sweet behind, you know. Sweet behind, sweet behind, sweet behind. And, when you think about leadership, you think about being a father and a husband, or just someone who is a leader in your community, which all men should be. To any community, you should be one of or the leader in that. And part of that is our women and our children should be able to look to us for information and knowledge, So anytime that I can back up, show you what I'm telling you, and like, this is why I know this, and this is why it's solid, then I try to do that. So thank you. And okay, so now I want to begin with the Joy Reid piece just because I want to, but that's not the clip I wanted to start with, but I'm going to start with that because that ties us to the previous recorded video. So we'll get Joy Reid's bitch ass in here, and so that you could see what that was. Now that's 146.05. It's going to switch as soon as I bring you in. 146.05. Oops. Clip, bitch. Hope she does. Anyways,
sometimes in this journalism business, it is hard to get the words exactly right, particularly in a situation that is complex and layered, which evokes so much deep emotion and conflict, and where people's lives are literally at stake. And given how brittle the feelings are, to the point where many Americans are afraid to say anything at all, we should be able to agree on a few fundamentals. First, that it is wrong to kill children. Whether they are Israeli children or Palestinian children, it is wrong to kill kids in a concert field or in a kibbutz or in a hospital. In fact, it is morally repugnant. If we can't agree on that, then we can't be friends. We should also agree that anti-Semitism is wrong, full stop, period. And it should horrify everyone that we're seeing attacks against Jewish people here and abroad, like the online messages threatening violence against Jewish students at Cornell University, or the anti-Semitic mob that stormed an airport tarmac in Russia, apparently searching for Jewish passengers on a flight from Israel, or the Heil Hitler message projected on an interstate overpass in Georgia. None of this is okay, needless to say. And no matter how you feel about the government in Israel and what that government does, that is not an excuse to take out your anger on individual Jewish people, whether they're Americans or Israelis or British or random passengers on a plane. Keep in mind, some of your strongest allies in your outrage on behalf of Palestinians are Jewish. They are protesting beside you and getting arrested with you at those protests. And many of them are walking around in shock and horror and fear right now because of October 7th, worried about their families and wondering who their friends are. Likewise, you can't judge every Palestinian or every Muslim or every Arab based on what Hamas did any more than you could have judged every American by the fact that some Americans elected a religious extremist backed wannabe autocrat, and now multiple indicted criminal whose MAGA movement tried to violently overthrow the government and still might. And again, it should be needless to say, being for Palestinians' freedom and staying alive does not mean you love Hamas or support them. The Hamas attack killed an estimated 1,400 people, including children, according to Israeli authorities. And as of tonight, the death toll in Gaza has topped 8.
Again, according to Israeli authorities, no pictures, no images, no evidence, not shit, because it did not happen. Period.
Say, being for Palestinians' freedom and staying alive does not mean you love Hamas or support them. The Hamas attack killed an estimated 1,400 people, including children, according to Israeli authorities. And as of tonight, the death toll in Gaza has topped 8,000 since October 7th, including 3,400 children, according to the Gaza Health Ministry. President Biden may say he doesn't believe Palestinians when they say how many of them have been killed. But reporting by news organizations like the AP, Reuters, the BBC, and our own reporters on the ground make it clear that the numbers of dead and the devastation in Gaza are staggering. The internet and some electricity have been turned back on, at least for now. And journalists and people in Gaza are still getting pictures out so we can see with our own eyes that the situation is dire and the violence goes beyond bombs. The U.S. is warning Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu to rein in extremist settlers in the occupied West Bank in the wake of reports of violence against Palestinians there. According to the Associated Press, a Jewish settler shot and killed a Palestinian man who was harvesting olives near the West Bank city of Nablus. This means at least 7 Palestinians have been killed by settlers since the latest violence broke out more than 3 weeks ago. With that as a backdrop, Netanyahu gave a war speech over the weekend that can only be described as a religious call to arms, citing a biblical reference when saying, quote, "You must remember what Amalek has done to you, says our holy Bible," unquote.
He's in all black.
And for those not familiar with the biblical term Amalek, here is the relevant quotation from 1 Samuel 15:3. "Now go, attack the Amalekites, and totally destroy all that belongs to them. Do not spare them. Put to death men and women, children and infants, cattle and sheep, camels and donkeys." Which does not sound like self-defense. Frankly, it sounds a lot more.
But Islam is supposed to be so violent, and oh my God, none of this is in the Quran. None of it. Why is Christianity so violent, everybody? Why is it so violent? And also, why is a fake-ass Jew quoting the Bible and not Torah? Not understanding. But we'll just go on. It's fine.
The Amalekites, and totally destroy all that belongs to them. Do not spare them. Put to death men and women, children and infants, cattle and sheep, camels and donkeys. Which does not sound like self-defense. Frankly, it sounds a lot more like a call for genocide. Israeli jets.
She dared to use the word genocide. Her career is over. Oh my God.
It's over.
Oh my God.
Oh
Look
my
for
God.
headline, I predict Joy Reid fired from MSNBC. Watch.
Cattle and sheep, camels and donkeys. Which does not sound like self-defense. Frankly, it sounds a lot more like a call for genocide. Israeli jets have bombarded not just northern Gaza, but southern Gaza too, despite Israeli officials calling on the 2 million displaced Palestinians to flee south. And given these bombings are being done using our tax dollars, perhaps we should ask some questions. For example, how does bombing a densely populated land strip filled 50% with children constitute self-defense? How does bombing hospitals, churches, mosques, and UN schools constitute self-defense? Well, you say if Hamas fighters are hiding in the hospital using the civilians as human shields, okay, let's say they are. Are you arguing that flattening the hospital and killing newborns in their incubators and their moms in the NICU, cancer patients, someone with a broken leg, the doctors, nurses, and just the women and kids hiding in the hospital, that's not a war crime? Because you would be wrong, according to international law. Well, why don't the people in Gaza just turn over Hamas militants to the Israelis? Okay, how do you propose they do that? Hamas is the de facto government in Gaza, and they're the ones with the guns. The leaders of Hamas aren't even in Gaza, and if they were, if you were a teenager living in an open-air prison, getting bombed day and night by, let's say, Mexico, and Mexican police kicked in the door and raided your house anytime they wanted and turned off the water and cut off your food, what are you going to do? Side with them? Help them while you're dying? That's like asking why black folks don't help or trust the police. Okay, but after 9/11, we bombed Afghanistan in self-defense? Yeah, we did. And did that put an end to Al-Qaeda or get bin Laden? No, it did not. Because like Hamas, bin Laden wasn't in the country we were bombing. President Obama got him 10 years later in Pakistan, using special forces and without bombing scores of kids to death. Bombing Afghanistan did buy us a 20-year occupation that got us more enemies in the Muslim world when we scooped people up on the battlefield and dragged them off to Gitmo. And when we threw in a gratuitous war against Iraq based on lies by a Bush administration that traded on our anger and our fear, the world rose up against us as we committed torture and tossed former Iraqi police and soldiers into makeshift gulags, and those prisoners later turned into ISIS. Oh, and the Taliban are back in control of Afghanistan. So again, what is the goal of mass bombing Gaza? Is it to find the people Hamas militants abducted on October 7? Okay, how? By flattening whatever shelter they're taking from the bombs? Don't you risk killing them all by bombing them with the Palestinians? Just some relevant questions. And trust me, people do want answers. Over the weekend, protests erupted around the world with hundreds of thousands of demonstrators rallying in cities in Europe, the Middle East, Asia, Copenhagen, Rome, Stockholm, Kuala Lumpur. Scores took to the streets in the US, shutting down the Brooklyn Bridge in New York and a major highway in San Francisco. The call in each of these protests was for a ceasefire, a word that for some has somehow come to mean anti-Semitism and a lack of care about those who were brutally killed on October 7th, or even support for Hamas. So how then do you explain the family members of some of those being held by Hamas who are also calling for a ceasefire? And what would a ceasefire even mean? Well, it would literally mean both sides stop shooting. No more rockets into Israel, no more Israeli jets strafing Gaza. It would mean a prisoner swap negotiated by credible third parties, which sadly probably doesn't include us at this point. It would mean getting food, water, and medicine into Gaza and not pushing for 2 million Palestinians to expel themselves to Egypt or Jordan, likely to never be allowed to return.
Right.
Hopefully, it would mean tamping down the McCarthyism and the doxing and anti-Semitism and Islamophobia and anti-Palestinian racism in our own country and in Europe. And then somebody, anybody, actually working to solve the real problem, which is a 56-year occupation of the West Bank and Gaza Strip that has sparked and will continue to spark vehement and yes, even violent resistance.
Amen.
Whether Hamas exists or not. It's a lot to unpack. And sometimes it feels like an impossible conversation. But we need to have it anyway, today, tomorrow, and in the many days ahead. Today, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said a ceasefire will not happen in his latest speech, pointed at an international audience. What that means for the region, the US, and the world is next.
That was fire. You're the devil. You're Hamas and everybody else. Now, what I didn't get a chance to say, in that I did, but you don't know that because, like I say, the crap that happened with the audio recording, and shout out to Righteous Indignation, I see you. Big shout out to you, Queen. And Corindo, I see you there. I will come and read in just a second. First of all, I'm surprised at the length of that piece. Its content and its length, because, again, remember the mainstream media is all about Israel. They're all holy, and they're holy, and the Holocaust, and oh my God, and never again, and no. So I offer to you why I think that piece even exists, because also in that video I brought you another piece where the guy went long, but they said he got suspended. That's why I brought you the clip, because of everything he was saying. He was calling genocide, he was saying all the right things, and he was suspended. Don't know if he's back yet, don't know. But you know, I exist, and not just me, but many others across the internet spectrum. You know, there's all kinds of independent media and people just talking, and then you have millions of people across the earth in the streets in different places collectively that are pro-Palestine. It's about numbers for these networks, and if people are tuning out, if you've got a YouTuber or a TikToker that's getting, a million or 2, 3, 4, 5 million views on something they've had to say about this, then MSNBC is not getting that. You want a piece of the pie when it comes to an audience. And so maybe they're throwing some of this out there as red meat. Like, let's give them something because they're onto us now. We can't just be pro-Israel. Quick, tell the truth. I offer that because in a sea of everything Israel from mainstream media and the government, you wonder, why is that piece there? She spoke so freely and had the right tone to tell them the truth, but that same bitch was up there denying Bernie Sanders in 2016 and 2020. You see, so she's a go along to get along as whore. Let's be very clear, but I always tell you, we extract truth no matter what. We're here for that. Even though she's a lying whore, we take this truth. And even the reference to why do you think black people, that's like asking black people to help the police, yeah, there was a lot there. It's suspicious because it exists in this climate, of all the lies and propaganda. Plus, Israel's losing the propaganda war. People are seeing through their lies, as I pointed out in that video. The thing with the Arabic writing, I knew that was a lie. I didn't watch the rest of it because I knew that was a lie. And by the way, I remind my audience that my camera is mirrored. So this is my right hand. This is my left hand. It's mirrored. I have it mirrored because unless I put, when I'm on screen, like when I'm usually on screen with the information, if I put it on the other side of the screen, then I could just leave it as normal. But it's to the right, so I have to mirror it so that when I'm playing stuff for you, or if I'm reading an article, I'm not looking in the opposite direction of what it is that I'm presenting to you. So it's mirrored. Remember that. And also, I swear by Allah a lot. So I need you to know it's my right hand. And I drink with my right hand. So I need you to know that it's my right hand I'm using. It's a whole thing. So I want to go first into, and these are not going to be in any certain order, I think, now that it's been this ceasefire. We want to bring ourselves up to speed on the latest on the ceasefire. I want to deal with that first and why that's not going to last. And that's going to be actually in one of the pieces that I'm going to show you right now. So these are, oh, this one's long. I don't think this is all just about this. All right, we don't need all of this. I didn't look at the timestamp when I said this is 23 minutes. We're not watching that. I just thought it was maybe 2 minutes. I just want little short snippets that tell us what we want to know. And Hamas start first truce. That's, they're making me, but I need this one as context. A little bit of this one, and then we'll move on. Yeah, because I'm sure they'll say what I need them to say right at the beginning. Let's go there now. Oh, God.
Introducing the filters.
Introducing not a damn thing.
It has made it very clear.
Wait now.
These are live images from southern Israel looking towards the Gaza Strip. A ceasefire between Hamas and Israel.
From Israel looking towards the Gaza Strip. You feel me? Actually, I could have been in on this one, so let's do one. Let me make sure I'm waiting for it to switch over so I know that I'm with you. Come on, man. Jesus. Okay, I'm there. All right, let's see this now.
These are live images from southern Israel looking
towards Gaza. You couldn't be in Gaza looking at Israel, bitch.
towards the Gaza Strip. A ceasefire between Hamas and Israel is due to come into effect right now. These 7 weeks of fighting have been the deadliest in the history of the Israel-Palestinian conflict. More than 1,200 Israelis were killed in the October 7th terrorist attacks by Hamas. And the Hamas-run health ministry in Gaza says Israel's response has killed nearly 15,000 Palestinians. I'm Hannah Hummel. Welcome to the show. That Qatari-brokered ceasefire is due to last for 4 days, but could be extended. The pause in fighting will allow the exchange of hostages held by Hamas for Palestinian prisoners held in Israeli jails. If all goes to plan, that is expected to take place later today. We'll go live to Jerusalem in a minute, but first let's take a look at this report.
After weeks of waiting, the families of hostages hope their loved ones will come home soon.
We need that.
I want to hope. I hope that it's going to happen. We've been on such a roller coaster for certainly the past week, but since October 7th, between despair and trauma and hope, I just want to see the children come back.
They're not coming.
The Hamas terror group has agreed to release 50 civilian women and children, of which 13 are to be released in the first batch on Friday. In exchange, Israel is set to release 150 Palestinian prisoners, mostly females and teenage males, over the course of the truce. The deal, mediated by Qatar, also includes a 4-day pause in fighting in both the north and south of the Gaza Strip, as well as increased humanitarian aid. Even though the agreement is considered a breakthrough, both sides have remained cautious about saying too much before it materializes.
Based on current circumstances with the start of this truce, our main hope is that this humanitarian truce will give us all the opportunity to look into the bigger task, which is to implement a permanent truce and achieve long-lasting peace.
Efforts are being made to extend the truce beyond the 4-day period. But Israel insists it will resume its military operation in Gaza until it has eradicated Hamas.
Okay, that's a good place to stop, then, because I can't. Now, first I want to address, because I didn't know, I didn't see the clip ahead of time. The lady with the sign talking about we're just holding out hope. Give up the hope, sister girl. It's not going to happen, because what we've seen is people in Israel and in America. I've seen footage of people now expressing their anger at the Israeli side because every time that they're making statements, something like they're not mentioning the hostages. They're not even talking about the hostages. They're not even talking about them, because many of them are dead. I suggest to you, because we've seen the indiscriminate bombing. You understand? And if Hamas is under every shoe, then it would seem that you want to be careful if you know you have hostages there. Which, again, hostage is a wrong word, everybody. It's one of the psychological warfares that they're using in this propaganda. Because, remember, our first headline was Israel declares war. In war, you have prisoners of war, bitch, not a hostage. Do you understand? Prisoner of war. So they make it a war when it's convenient, and they make it something else when it's convenient. We're over that. Prisoner of war, bitch. But know this. Israel has what is known as a Hannibal doctrine that they put in place years ago. And what this doctrine says, because they never want to be in this position where they have to stop bombing or have to negotiate with anybody over their hostages, they have a doctrine, they just go in and kill everybody. And we've also learned that, and I think I have video to back this next statement up too, that even the music festival was not Hamas. This was Israel. Now, I'm not clear if they're trying to say there was Hamas fighters there, and so that's why they fired on the festival and used this doctrine that I'm telling you about where they just kill everybody. Or if it was part of just what I've been proclaiming is just the pretext. Nothing happened on 7th October, everybody. Nothing happened. Nothing happened. But why this festival is significant? Because we have witnesses now who are eyewitnesses saying they saw this Tomahawk Apache helicopter. You don't have to be an expert in helicopters. You don't have to know anything about helicopters. You see that thing and somebody shows you a picture and say, did you see this helicopter? You go, that's the one I saw. I've seen it. The H-1 Tomahawk Apache. It can find an anthill on the dirt in the dark. It's a very impressive helicopter. So, for me, it's not like, oh, there was Hamas there, and then we went in and used this Hannibal doctrine and got Hamas plus several hundred music goers. Because we still haven't seen any images from a stage. We haven't seen a stage where there was chairs or it was an open thing with vendors. Some things you would expect to see at a music festival. Just haven't seen it. Where was the parking? Haven't even seen it. Like, nothing happened. Nothing happened. Nothing happened. And if it did, like I say, there's evidence now, evidence from eyewitnesses who saw. And one of the testimonies I saw, they talked about an old lady. I haven't seen her. But I saw several reports that were talking about this old lady as like the creme de la creme of the witnesses that saw this helicopter. But not only that, I've been telling you when I went through footage with you, showing you all we see is burned out cars. That's all we see. And I was half making fun and being very sarcastic and shady when I said, so apparently Hamas has rockets that only hit cars. That they only hit cars. That's all they do is they hit cars, you know. And they're next to pristine buildings that don't even have charring, like there was a fire next to the building. Almost the car was placed there. Well, you have people who know about military armament and stuff like that who have said that Hamas doesn't even possess the type of rockets that would even do this to the cars, you know. And then the tall tale missile markings that were on the ground and things like that. Like, it's just, it's validating what I've been saying the entire time from day one. I ain't seen shit. You ain't shown me nothing, so nothing happened. You didn't show me nothing. Nothing happened. Nothing. But the whole world is speaking as if they've seen something. And they're forgetting they haven't seen anything. You haven't seen anything. Then we learned that they brought together journalists. I don't know how, if it was, I don't know how they did it. Was it electronic? I don't know. Who claimed they saw a 40-something minute video, you know, of burned baby bodies, and they saw it all, and, you know, they'll be up there talking. It'll be some Israeli fuck, a Zionist, up there talking. They'll be like, and you saw the video. You saw the video. We showed the media. You saw the video. And they're like, yeah, I saw the video. Okay, well, I haven't seen it. And all of y'all are liars. So it didn't happen. It didn't happen until I see, you know, I haven't even seen a distraught family, you know, other than these people talking about the hostages. But to that lady, yo, whoever you waiting for ain't coming home. They not. The hostages that Israel's releasing now, those are people that have been in prison forever and at different amounts of time. One little boy is in there for throwing a rock. Because remember, that's all the Palestinians have. They throw rocks at tanks. Oh, alert the press. You feel me? One girl was in there because they said that she had she was convicted of stabbing somebody. But they protested all the way to the Israeli Supreme Court, you know, for her innocence. And, you know, but anyway, so she just got out. But they've been bombing indiscriminately all over fucking Gaza. They tell you to go to the south, they bomb you there. Go to the north, they bomb you there. Go to, you know, the people went to the refugee camp that was there. They bombed that. You know, they bombed every hospital in fucking Gaza. Then we learned that there was UN shelters that were bombed, as well as UN schools and other UN facilities. So where are your hostages supposed to be at? And you claim you got all this intelligence. You don't have anything. You don't have it. Because if you did, then your alleged attack on October 7th wouldn't have happened. You see? It's all a lie. They have been waiting to the knowledge converging, everybody. I don't have the video. I don't know where it is. But some months back, just on YouTube, I saw something where the devil, Netanyahu, bitumen, that's what I'm going to call him, bitumen Netanyahu. But there he was at some, these look like old rabbis, but clearly they're Zionists, so they're nothing but pieces of shit. And they were saying, maybe this was right when he was coming back to power. I don't know how old the video was. I don't remember, but I'm just telling you what I saw and heard. But I remember one, you could tell they were kind of elders, and he was there to sort of seek their approval, you know. You could tell that they were so glad to see him, you know, type thing. Put it just to give you something you could really relate to in a mental picture. Just imagine like when Obama first became president. Picture now when he would go to like a black church. He's president now. And he goes to like a black church. You see how those deacons and stuff, how they receive him. They're very proud of him. He's younger. And that whole thing. There's sort of that generational thing there. And, you know, they're looking to him. And maybe they're bequeathing on him some things that they, you know, advice, blessings, whatever. This was like that. And the one fucker, old bastard, said to Bitumen, yeah, you know, usher in the temple. We're looking to you to usher in the temple. We're looking to you to usher in the temple. And I think in that moment, Bitumen was aware that the camera was there. So, but he kind of gave a look like he didn't deny. He just kind of, it was kind of a reassuring response. That's how I wore it and received it. Do you understand? So for me, this is that. This is them trying to seize a moment in time. They've been wanting a war with Iran forever. You know, you hear how they talk about Iran here. The Islamic Republic of Iran, let's to be clear. And, you know, it's a whole thing, man. Like, I mean, they've been wanting this. So this 7th October was a false flag. But instead of staging one, they just proclaimed it. It's like I just run in the house and go, oh my God, they just took my bike. And everybody, just because they love me, they go and react. Ain't nobody took my bike. I don't even own a bike. But there I've got the troops on their way to go and avenge me for my bike. And it never fucking happened. And that's what I'm proclaiming to you happened on 7th October. Give a fuck what they say until we're going to see some HD video. And it doesn't have to be HD. I'm easy. Until they show us some video or some evidence that indeed and in fact there was something that happened in Israel on 7th October. I remind you again, you've not seen any buildings bombed out. Here's how right I am. That's not what I wanted to use, but damn it, I punked out. And I just learned this today, earlier this morning. I cannot stand the fuck out of Justin Bieber, and he needs to die. All right? Me and my nephew have this thing. We can't even say his name. We both start running like in opposite directions. We're just vomiting. We cannot go on. And so any mention of him usually sends me to an IV drip. But I learned that sometime since this brouhaha has dusted up, he tweeted out saying, praying for Israel or some bullshit like that. But the picture that he put the graphic over, the words over, was images of destruction in Hamas or in Gaza. So when he learned that, then he just took that down and put the same message up with just a blank background behind it. Well, That's knowledge converging. It's also verifying my indictment, because I'm suggesting nothing happened. I'm proclaiming nothing happened. So why he unknowingly put a picture of destruction in Gaza is because there was no fucking destruction available to show behind his little graphic of fucking Israel. The prosecution rests. Do you understand what I'm telling you? The prosecution rests. It rests. It rests. It rests. So you've not seen any buildings. No rubble. I just want to see one building in rubble. Just one. It doesn't have to be still smoking. I'm cheap. You feel me? But no rubble, nothing. We've seen nothing at all. And there's no end to the carnage and destruction in Gaza. Nothing. Before you even get to the run-of-the-mill white devils that are literally murdering Palestinians outright in the West Bank. Everybody in Israel agrees that Hamas is not in the West Bank. Surprising, because they're under every shoe. Do you understand? But so then why are you killing Palestinians in the West Bank? Why? Why? Because you are the devil. That's why. I'm being rhetorical. You understand? We know why. Because they are murdering savages. And that's why this ceasefire isn't going to last. Hear this now. Here's my first piece of evidence of my prosecution that the ceasefire is not going to last. Let's go. You're number one. This clip is entitled "Revenge!" Hezbollah escalates rocket attack on Israel amidst ceasefire. Don't tell me shit. Don't look at me.
Disregarding the ongoing ceasefire negotiations, Hezbollah has
And a British accent, bitch. You see, again, it's part of the seduction that they always use. And here it is again. So you see, they gave that quiet opening. And what's the first thing the bitch says? Look.
disregarding the ongoing
ceasefire. And he's at that whisper. Oh my God, I can't even do it. I'll shut up. But note that the British accent is on purpose.
Disregarding the ongoing ceasefire negotiations, Hezbollah has intensified its airstrikes on critical targets within Israel. The Lebanese movement has deployed more potent strategic weapons, increasing pressure.
Wait, we can't go on. Notice, my people. This is why the Jedi speaks. What are you looking at? What are you looking at? They're telling you that Hezbollah escalates rocket attacks on Israel amidst the ceasefire. So we assume, according to them, this is Hezbollah firing at Israel. Two things. How do you have Hezbollah's point of view? Like you're the one behind the gun in the crosshairs. How do you have that? The ceasefire just happened. How do you have that? How do you have... That's one. Two, the technology is such now that even if you're going to show this bullshit-ass picture that you need to explain this footage, then there should be footage of what's happening, the result of this firing on Israel from another report someplace in fucking Israel. Like, yeah, this is the shit that it hit. You see what I'm telling you? But this is what they give you. And you go, ooh, they fired on Israel again. But you don't even think about the fact, but I'm not seeing the destruction in Israel. And it's all blurred. So we don't know really if that's any structures in Israel or what. You need one of those military people who their There's people that are experts, like with the SR-71 program, for instance. You know, there's people that are experts at aerial photography. So shit that looks like it's a million miles down and you wouldn't recognize it. They are experts at telling you how big a structure is, how tall it is, how far it is from one other thing. They're very good at what they do. So you would need somebody like that to do a dissertation for us on this, because and then they're going to move on. You see? But the Jedi is here with these two big eyes. So you can't just give me that. Because look, they opened up the shot with real shots from Gaza. So now you're going to tell me that, and that's when they start the British accent, by the way. So this is all just silent. Fuck those Palestinians. There's their death and destruction. Nobody cares. Nobody cares. Nobody cares. All right, quick, Israel. The destruction in Israel today starts with the Hezbollah fires on Israel. You see, it's a choreographed evil. Now they show us this. We don't know if that's Israel. I don't know.
Disregarding the ongoing
That could be the
ceasefire
back of my house.
negotiations,
I don't even know. I don't know. I don't know. It could be the underside of my car. I don't know. I don't know.
Hezbollah has intensified its airstrikes on critical targets within Israel.
Critical targets within Israel. Name those targets. What are the targets?
Lebanese movement has deployed more potent strategic weapons, increasing pressure on Israel following its recent bombardment of Gaza. We're dedicated to uncovering news overlooked by mainstream media. Please like recent bombardment of increasing pressure on Israel following its recent bombardment of Gaza.
Increasing pressure on Israel after its recent bombardment. Listen, before I even go on, let me get to, well, not clearly to my punchline, but I've said this already in previous speakings on this, when I talked about why there can never be a two-state solution. Because white people pick until you just kill their bitch asses the fuck off. Do you understand? This is what they do. This is why we have the advent of the Karen. There's thousands of Karen videos out there, because the bitch it doesn't end and the bitch is dead. You feel what I'm telling you? So every Karen just thinks that they're going to be another one on a YouTube video someplace alive and still living. That's why it continues. But if everyone you saw the bitch ended up dead, there'd be no Karen videos anywhere at all. At all. I guarantee that. You see? So they as I lose my train of thought, come back to me. When you can feel it going, I feel it going. Come back to me, inshallah. Oh, alhamdulillah. All knowledge is with Allah. So you cannot be anywhere near these people. They're not peaceful. You can't have peace with them. They are not at peace. That's why there's Prozac and Xanax and Ritalin and all the other shit that is for the mind. They came up with that, like as if you could medicate emotion. I can't with that. I've never understood that shit. Ever. Like, nah. That's matters of the soul, the energy of the universe, the spiritual realm. You can't medicate that. If you're depressed, you just fucking depressed, bitch. There's no medication for that. There is not. There is not. If there was, I probably would have invented it and be a very wealthy man now, and I don't want to get into it. It's not about me. I don't want to get into that. But, so, they want to carry out their predetermined agenda, why they started this false flag announcement on 7th October, because they want to now finally just fucking get rid of the Palestinians, because they're such an eyesore to them, because these are the quintessence of the racist people. Like, the highest order of white devil. You've seen some of the things they've said publicly, and the attitude they say it with, and the conviction. Like, they don't give a fuck about these people. You're not even allowed to mention their humanity. You understand? That's why I'm shocked at the Joy Reid piece. Like, how she, what? You know? And the guy that I showed you in the other video, that why he was suspended is because he opens up saying, you know, yes, Israel has the right to defend itself, but so does the Palestinians. That's it. That's it. I know high-level executives were running from their offices. Like, get him off the fucking air now. You understand? So, this ceasefire is just because there's so much pressure. and they've lost the propaganda war and are losing it because all the marches across the earth are for Palestine. They had their fake little shit in Washington, D.C., and there was Van Jones. Fuck him. We know he's a sellout bitch. You understand? He had his white wife that he's no longer with anymore. Remember, Wendy Williams blew him up on the show, and he blew her ass up when he was like, she was like, you divorced and everything, but now I see you still wearing your ring. He goes, if we're going to talk about rings, you... Because it was all out that her shit was over, and the bitch was still up there with that fucked up ring that she used to wear. It always looks so cheap to me, too. Like, I can't with it. But anyways, but there was Van Jones, and there was Hakeem Jeffries, everybody. And there was the fucker from New York, Schumer, Chuck Schumer. Where's the glasses down to, like, the fucking... Because he's got that fucking hook nose, fucking crane ass, bird ass bitch nose. So the glasses are always right here. They're holding on for dear life. Just holding on. Oh my God. You know. But there they all were. And there were some other noteworthy people. But I want you to notice something when you see Hakeem Jeffries the next time. Because he's got some ads that are running online as well. I want you to notice. I don't know if he's trying to do Trump. Because DeSantis does the same shit. If you, I watch people, everybody. I'm a choreographer. I taught dance for 1,000 years. You understand? My God, I watch movement. I can't not see it. I don't care who you are. I see movement. I see it. This must be the closest thing it is, you know, when a woman has a child. You know, they always say that a mama knows her child. I don't care where, goddammit, she know. She know. You feel me? It could be have 20 kids on the playground. Her child screams, she know that's her child. I think this is that. Like, she can't undo that. I can't undo this. I see movement. I notice stuff. Plus, I've always been a very good mimic since I was very young. You know, when people would come to our house and then they'd leave, everybody go, Mark so-and-so. And I don't remember not being able to do that. Like, I could just mark people, you know? Anyway. But, so if you watch DeSantis, Trump has a very distinct way that he stands with his shoulders, you know, as if his arms are too heavy. And the arms are always very limp. Very limp. You could almost just come up and just raise his pinky finger, raise his arm, and then drop it, you know? That's the way he stands. DeSantis does the same shit. Trump talks with his hands, but I speak with my hands. But Trump is very specific. Like, if he points to you, it's this. Like, this over-the-wrist shit. What the fuck? If I point at you, I just point at you. Like, you, what? You know, this shit. This. Alright, I just threw my wrist out. I got carpal tunnel. He does that. But then he also does this. And a lot of this, but he only does it when he's about to start lying, or when something he can talk about himself. He sits in a chair with his hands like this. I see a lot of people doing that shit. Don't appreciate it. With this, and he usually sits at the front of the chair with the tie hanging down. This is to hide his fat ass gut. All right. When you have a gut, it's easier when you sit forward. It's more comfortable, especially if you got on a tight ass suit. All right. So he does that. Then. But as soon as you get him riled up about something, he can take credit for himself or something like that. First thing he does this. You'll literally see him like go. It's subconscious. You'll literally see him. He could just be there. And we talked about it, and we such and such and such and such. And I don't think I ever saw him. And it's the facial stuff. Then immediately, as soon as you say, but you know, you were one of the people that was instrumental in getting jobs back. Then he immediately goes into this. Like, I'm on. We were able to bring back the jobs, and then this starts, and then we want you to shut up. He does this, like, shut up, bitch, shut up, fucking stop talking, shut up, bitch. It's this. It's so over the wrist, but this shit, this, and then he gets excited, he gets sighs. You feel me? So watch Hakeem Jeffries, because he doesn't have it down. He literally looks like a fucking wind-up toy. I'm gonna try to do it. He'll be like, he goes, listen to this, Democrats. We have a lot going on right now. We're at a stage where we need you to support our party and send a lot of money Make your donation. Don't let this video end without you clicking on something. Don't let me, like, do you need a Valium? Like, what is happening? But there he was at the pro-Israel march on Washington screaming, we support Israel. We support Israel. We support Israel. There he was with Van Jones. You see, I can't. And don't be fooled by his name, Hakeem. The bitch is not a Muslim. Let's be very clear. Anyways, moving on with this, because I don't know how I got into that, but it doesn't matter. It meant something.
We're dedicated to
so they can't live next to you. They will not stop picking. So they need this now as a pretext. Well, look, Hezbollah is involved. So we have to now get rid of the ceasefire and start continuing what we wanted to do from the beginning, and that is to totally destroy all of fucking Gaza. You see? So they're going to use this. It's not going to last. It will not last. Would they say 4 days or 5 days? I hope they're going to say it again. 4 or 5 days, whatever it is, it's not going to last. Watch. Watch, 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 watch. And I will come back and say, I told you so. Watch, 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 watch. I know the sweat devil.
More potent strategic weapons, increasing pressure on Israel following its recent bombardment of Gaza. We're dedicated to uncovering news overlooked by mainstream media.
No, you're not.
Please like and share this to ensure others can see it too.
Alright, whatever.
Hit the subscribe button to catch all our future updates. Hezbollah has consistently warned that its mission is to keep Israel uncertain and prevent the overpowering of Gaza.
There's another reason why this is deceptive, everybody, because I have grown up in a time where when they're showing you some shit that's not the actual shit, you'll see a little thing in the corner of the screen that says file video. That's to let the viewer know this isn't right now. This is just some shit we have on file, so you get a context of who we talking about. But this ain't right now. Have not seen file anywhere in the fucking frame. Do you understand? Watch very closely.
The movement believes that an Israeli occupation of Gaza and the defeat of Palestinian freedom fighters would be catastrophic for resistance movements across the Middle East. Hence, it is providing essential support to ensure that Israel does not prevail. The recent strikes by Hezbollah in northern Israel have specifically targeted military bases, drone surveillance facilities, and troop concentrations.
Then you should be able to show us footage of that. That wouldn't be sensitive. It's military. It's not like if you don't want to show us the bitch's house that did not collapse or get hit by anything at all and is in perfect fucking condition, then you could show us the military shit that was hit, and you're not. Because it didn't happen.
Over the past weeks, there have been increased attacks on Tel Aviv's occupation regime, particularly on electronic surveillance assets. Some unverified videos depict ATGMs targeting...
Some unverified videos. Now you qualify a video. Some unqualified video? How would it... Well, fuck the video. The shit that you're going to show me that was hit. Can you verify that was hit or not? You see, I mean,
on electronic surveillance assets. Some unverified videos depict ATGMs targeting border installations and rendering them inoperable.
That shit took that long to travel that distance. I used to fly model rockets when I was growing up, everybody. I used to fly model rockets. That shit looked like a model rocket to me. The trajectory, the speed. I mean, these rockets now are like they hit the shit before you even perceive that it left the fucking... And we just sat here for 15 minutes waiting for it to finally go across the screen and hit the damn thing. I mean, and I'm not even sure that this is even a real structure. This could be a miniature. You know what I mean? I mean, we'll just see the sequence again. I mean, I don't believe you. Let's just see it again.
ATGMs targeting border installations and rendering them inoperable.
Wow. Look. And then it looks like why that might not really be in the picture. I don't know. Oh, finally, there. And then it does nothing. It does nothing. No flattening the building. I mean, we've seen whole fucking apartment structures in Gaza go just down, like as if they had already been rigged with explosives before a rocket hit it. And that's it? That's it? And then the way the pieces are flying, it just looks all very fake to me,
As the
like a
exchange
Godzilla
of
movie.
The Wallbot DIY2 is the most advanced
I can't even do these fucking commercials.
stud finder on the market. And if you're looking for a crisp
hostages and prisoners of war unfolds between Israel and Palestinian freedom fighters in Gaza, Hezbollah has sent a stark reminder to Israel regarding the need for calm along the northern front through a barrage of rocket strikes. The north of Israel and adjacent areas were rocked by large explosions, sending shockwaves across the Galilee region. Following this, the Israeli military reported intercepting a surface-to-air guided missile launched from Lebanon toward an unmanned military aerial vehicle, UAV. In response, they targeted Hezbollah sites. The Israeli Defense Forces claimed that the UAV was not damaged and continued its mission despite an attempted missile strike from Lebanon, which allegedly did not cross into Israeli airspace. While the veracity of this claim remains uncertain, there's confirmed information that Hezbollah forces carried out relentless strikes on at least 8 Israeli military bases and assets. Amid the exchanges between Lebanon and Israel, the leader of the Palestinian resistance movement emphasized that Palestinians...
Did you see that, Evil? Let's go back.
...on at least 8 Israeli military bases.
The Quran. You see? They didn't even mention several Israeli bases if we don't have any, we don't know what we're showing, and there's the Quran, but just, you feel me? Because they always trying to tie this shit to the perfect way of life in existence, and that is that of Islam as a Muslim. There is nothing else superior to it. I proclaim to you. Get there if you don't know. But I saw some bastard that was on with some Muslim brothers. He was British, ironically. And he was trying to ask them this, do you condemn Hamas bullshit? And they were like, why would you ask us that? They were being rhetorical because they really put him through the ringer and really just like fucking exposed his ass. But like I've told you guys, every time I've been any place, I've gone to interfaith things, the first thing white people ask me, what is Sharia law? Like just bullshit. They don't have it, they can't fucking say it, they don't understand it, they don't know what it is, and they just sat down. But they were asking him, do you denounce did you denounce the KKK, the Ku Klux Klan, on all of your social media? Well, I wouldn't have done. Well, why didn't you? And just other shit they were naming, you feel me? Like it becomes immediate religious. Like, no, this don't have shit to do with religion, bitch. Like if I wasn't even a Muslim and if I was in Palestine, I would be handing it to their ass. Period. I'm a human being and you some bullshit. I'm coming for it. You see? But every time it's Muslims, they have to tie it to Islam. You see? Like they're doing it in the name of God. No, bitch. It's not. It's not. You see? But they never ask Christians, who are the most violent fucking people on the planet. All of Christian history is nothing but violence. And all of the shit on the earth is being perpetrated and has been perpetrated by fucking Christians. That's what's real. But the white man always wants an equal to his bullshit, or make it seem like his is bad. That's why on every fucking media, especially Fox News, but any of them, anytime you confront them about something, they go immediately to somebody else. They never say, yeah, just confront whatever you ask them about their bullshit. You know, didn't you so? Yeah, but the Democrats did so and so. But we're talking about you right now, dumb bitch. You see, this is, I'm trying to show you how it's pervasive. This is a character of theirs. So it doesn't matter if it's on a micro level or a big level. It doesn't matter. This is who they are. So they know Christianity is some bullshit, period. And they definitely know that they are the most violent because they identify with Christianity. But we never say, oh, look, you know, when these motherfucking schools get shot up, we never say, oh, look at the Christians shooting up schools again. Oh. But as soon as somebody goes into Israel and blows themselves up, they say it was a Muslim fighter, you have to, Muslim, Islam, those words have to be used. You see, jihadist, bullshit. You feel me? None of it is true. None of it. Damn it, none of it. But they didn't want that shot of the Quran to go by without highlighting that. Like it was just kind of snuck by to put it on your psyche. You see, they don't even say anything. It's not even addressed in the narrative that's over the video.
Forces carried out relentless strikes on at least 8 Israeli military bases and assets.
See there?
Amid the exchanges between Lebanon and Israel, the leader of the Palestinian resistance movement emphasized that Palestinians' persistence forced Israel to accept the ceasefire terms. He affirmed the commitment of resistance fighters to continue fighting for the liberation of
Now, at the very bottom, in very fine print, after they show you the Quran,
Israeli airspace.
They say,
while the
no,
veracity of this claim remains uncertain,
footages are
there's
for
confirmed information that Hezbollah forces carried out relentless strikes on at least 8 Israeli military bases and assets.
Illustrious
Amid the exchanges between Lebanon and Israel,
purposes only.
The leader of the Palestinian resistance movement emphasized that Palestinians' persistence forced Israel to accept the ceasefire terms. He affirmed the commitment of resistance fighters to continue fighting for the liberation.
Which makes it even more specious, because that means you selected this footage to show. Somebody said, show this shot of somebody closing the Quran. And I don't know if these are actors or what now. I mean, I can't, dude. The white man's the devil. That's what you need to start and end your day with. And always be mindful of that. And a lot of other shit will just make sense to you in life.
Of their lands. Following the exchange of prisoners of war with Israel, Ismail Haniyeh, the head of Hamas political bureau, declared that the resistance successfully confronted the occupation, thwarting Israel's attempts to regain captives through hostile means. He pledged Hamas' readiness to persist in confronting Israeli aggression against Gaza post the truce. Haniyeh affirmed Hamas' stance not to yield their positions in Gaza and reject any external intervention in determining the future governance of the territory. He assured that Hamas would honor the truce and exchange deal as long as Israel complies. He commended the resilience of Palestinians in Gaza and occupied territories, lauding their unwavering stance against Israeli aggression. Haniyeh highlighted their determination in the struggle for national liberation across Gaza, Al-Quds, and other regions.
Stuff now.
Additionally,
we just needed the report of what they opened up with, that they're alleging now that Hezbollah fired rockets into on Israel military bases amid shaky ceasefire in Gaza. We don't believe that. We do not believe that at fucking all. Do you understand? So we don't need to labor through that. Let me just make sure there wasn't something else that maybe we need. Low battery.
In the struggle for national liberation across Gaza, Al-Quds, Mir Abdollahian expressed Iran's hope. This observation holds true.
Yeah, we don't need that. We're good. Oh, damn it, low battery. Oh. Not a problem. I can just do this. And then I can just read your stuff from the phone when I need to read comments. Okay. So the ceasefire is not going to last, everybody. And they're already giving you previews of that by now, lying to you and saying that Hezbollah, not Hamas, that now there's this other entity. You remember? And then you'll remember also when Bush was in office, everything was Al-Qaeda. Al-Qaeda. I mean, I'm over it, man. I saw some fucking white demon, because now that this sister that I told you guys about, I brought you in this mashup of people that were responding to how faithful the Palestinians were, and everybody was like, we have to find out about Islam, and people started reading the Quran, and I brought you a whole mashup. Well, there was a sister in one of them. She was the most entertaining and the most animated. She has become Muslim now. Allahu Akbar. I knew she would. I knew it. I even sent her a message to that effect. But anyway, so you have a lot of white devils now trying to, and she's like been, I don't know, something like millions and millions and millions of views. And now, of course, you have white devils trying to, get some of her glory, white bitch reads the Quran, I'm sick and tired of it. But there was this one demon who was he's doing a series of reading the Quran, and I could tell by his whole setup that it's a jump on the bus, because you didn't prepare. You didn't. And then not only that, the most telling thing, I don't know if it was the most telling, but very telling, was you could have gone and clicked on anything on YouTube even just to hear how people pronounce something. The opening surah of the Quran is known as Al-Fatiha. You know what this white bitch said? Al-Fatiha. Do you understand? For eternity. And even when it's flat as a fucking pancake, still continue to hit. I mean, it was just like, stop talking. And then his dissertation, oh my God. I'm sure other Muslims will get him. I didn't need to have that fight. Like, others will get him. Trust and believe. Trust and believe. Just trying to get on the fucking bandwagon. They have nothing of their own. Everything is stolen and borrowed and taken and shit. And then there was one of the white bitches. There she was, taking Shahada, becoming a Muslim. Alhamdulillah, if she's sincere. Allahu Alam. Whatever. But, whatever. People will go a long way for attention and fame. We've seen this. We know it to be true. Now, I want to bring you to now, I don't know if I want to do this first or, well, let's see this, because the contrast of these two. We'll do this first, and then we'll go to the delicious piece. This is just fucking white devils, and the guy that you're going to see in this is, I've seen other pieces where they've had people on, and he's definitely a go hard for the fucking Zionist talking points and all that. Oh, let me read your comments really quick, see if there's something new. Try and balance this a little bit. And so we want to see this. This is going to be, what do I need to do? Oh. Let me see what I haven't seen already. Corindo. No. Sandra. Righteous, you're not late. When you came in, that was the first thing I was doing. It was the very opening. It was the very beginning. Son, you say joke, read, husband is black. I heard. Is that true? Yes, it's very true. I looked him up. I've seen him. I have seen him with my own eyes. I saw him. Yeah. And again, why I know the shit she does is on purpose, because I haven't heard him speak. I didn't go to find video to hear him and sort of feel his, but to look at him, he's a real black man, and I would just expect certain things out of him. So, again, you see, for me, I don't care what I think about any man. The moment that's all I got. But the moment I know you have a woman, I need to see her, because that tells me about you. You feel me? That completes everything. But for the last, I don't know how long. And Joy Reid speaks to this because I can't stand the fuck out of her. So I need to hear him, and I needed to at least see him. I thought he was not going to look like the way he looks. And, you know, so I need to know, like, what's your background? How are you with this bitch? You know, like, you know, it's, but I was going to say, increasingly, the woman is not really, finishing the man for me, you know. I've always done that. I don't know. I realize I've never really talked to other men about this, but I do this. Like when I seen Barack, I didn't even, because when we think about, oh, it could be a black president, you don't even think, oh, if we had a black president one day, he might come with a family. I never thought that far. I never got that far. Wallahi, it wasn't until my dad was living then, and we were on the phone together watching C-SPAN the day he announced in Springfield, Illinois. 18,000 people in negative temperature weather for this dude to announce. We're talking about Chicago. We're talking about Illinois, everybody. We're talking about the type of cold where your fucking eyelashes freeze. Do you understand? You don't know about that. But we saw the whole speech, and it was like, oh my God. And I was like, Dad, he's going to be president. That's just what it is. He was like, I don't think so, Abdullah. I'm like, Dad, he's going to be president. He's going to be president. I never doubted it. I knew he's going to be president. I just knew that. And my dad was like, no. I said, well, and then I said to my dad, I said, if he doesn't become president, it won't be because I sat on my ass. And that next day, I got involved in his campaign and became a precinct captain, all that stuff. But at the end of it, when he was done, you know, thank you everybody. And then I saw this statue come out with these girls. I went, that's right, he would have a law wife. I mean, it just jacked me up, dude. Because I hadn't thought that far. I know Michelle. I know she existed. I know nothing. But I'm saying when she came out, that completed everything I thought about him or wasn't sure about or anything. Just everything was solidified. Done. I know who he is. That woman tells me who that is. Do you understand? That woman tells me. So maybe what I'm struggling with is maybe I don't know how to make it go the other way. I don't know how to make a man complete a woman. Yeah. Because I'm usually on, okay, who's your woman? I've never been, oh, who's your dude? It doesn't even feel like it even fits or like I would even need it. You know what I mean? Like I don't need a man to complete what I think of a woman. Unless I'm trying to figure out, like, does he match her? You know, like, if she looked like if I just seen Michelle Obama after I fainted and was revived, then, and I didn't know that Obama existed, I'd be like, who is her dude? Like, who does that woman have? You know, I do see women like that, you know, where they're just so together and so impressive that you just like, you want to know, are they already taken? And then who's the dude that got her? You know, who's that? Who did she pick? Because then that does tell you something about her. You feel me? You see like a Vivica Fox and then 50 Cent fucking walks out. Everything you think about Vivica just fucking crashed and burned on the runway. Let's get to this first clip. No, I was supposed to, I'm reading your comments, right? What am I doing? What am I doing? Oh, because San about Joy Reid. All right, Corindle. Jedi, gratitude for your videos about Gaza. Your description of the rainwater blessing the people of Gaza brought tears to my eyes. Oh, my thirst for a spiritual message is quenched. And then I can't read. the other word that you type. But I'm glad you had that reaction, Corindo, because I need you to know that you felt my heart. You felt what I've said to you guys a billion times since you've known me since 2015. I quote this at least once a day in my life because my grandmother said it. What comes from the heart reaches the heart. And as I said in the video, you know, when I even say in the video, I'm doing a lot better now, you guys. I said because when this revelation was coming to me, I was in tears. But I was able to sit on camera and tell you about it without breaking into tears. And since I've watched it back, I find myself, I'm smiling throughout the whole segment. It was such a beautiful revelation that Allah gave me, you know. But it's the value of reflection, everybody. Ponder. I always tell you that wisdom comes in silence anyway. So if you can just get two things, three, maybe it's three, we'll find out how many it's be when I say this. First thing you got to do is you got to get all intercessors out of the way, Christian folks. You got to speak directly to the one who gives you the breath in your body right now. That's it. That's it. Not in the name of nobody. You and your Lord. That's it. And then you have to be able to communicate. You know, my grandmother used to always say, since I was little, before I even knew I was a Muslim or anything, you know, you got to know how to pray. You got to know how to. She just in moments when we'd be talking or she'd be telling us something, you got to know how to pray. She used to say that. And one day I got it. There is a way. You got to pray. Don't cry, Jedi. There's a way you gotta pray, man. There's a way, everybody. So you gotta speak from your heart. And you don't have to speak vocally. You can just, because Allah knows what's in your heart. Allah says to us in the Quran, not a leaf falls from a tree without His knowledge, and He's aware of every pebble of sand on the beach. SubhanAllah. But you can ask Allah for anything. And it always kills me with Christians because I ask the Lord, and the Lord told me, the Lord ain't told you a damn thing. Because I know how it works. And anybody who really knows how it works knows when somebody makes those proclamations that that's just some bullshit. You know, Vanity used to do that a lot. You know, but she was even worse because she would be like, we'd be any place, and she'd be like, or doing anything, and she'd be like, Lord, can I say this? The Lord is telling me I can say this. I never heard the helper say, Lord, can I say this? Okay. The Lord is telling me I can't say it. And that never happened. Lord, can I say this? The Lord is telling me I can say this. Rest your soul, my friend. But she used to always do that. So then you got to wait. You ask, you pray. This is what prayer is all about. And then the answer comes in patience and waiting. You see? That's the way it works, everybody. This is the way it works. Allah is not a mystery. You understand? Everything that we need to know, He's made it totally available for us and shows us and all of that. It's not, you can't, it's not, oh, I can't know that. You can know. But why this was so extraordinary is because it was given to me so quickly. I'm not going to cry. But when holiness hits you, it's like that. You don't jump around. You cry. You want to be in a fetal position. You want to go into the hiccup cry. It's that powerful. Because I literally clicked on the video. Like I'm about to play this clip for you now. There's stuff off to the right. This was off to the right. That's when rain in Gaza. Oh my God. What else can happen? And I don't know if I finished watching what I was watching and then clicked on it or if I clicked on it immediately. But immediately, because it's a short clip, again, this is why it was so powerful, because right when I was about to go on and make another statement of bitching about it, my Maker gave me, contemplate, remember. We know this as Muslims, but you don't always remember to remember, you know? And so I was given that. to question it. Why? Before you hate this for them, ask why. It was succinct, y'all. And I did. And then the next thing that Allah gave me was go and find out if rain slows down the decomposition of bodies. Just open up, ask the white bitch. Just, rain does she tell me? I'm like, and I know now I'm in a revelation. I know it. Damn it, I'm trying not to cry, dude. It's that powerful though, y'all. I know at that moment I'm in a revelation. I'm in a revelation. So I read that, and I was immediately, alhamdulillah, because of what it was, and that I got it right now. I can't stop them now, y'all. I can't. It's so powerful. It's so powerful. Wow. I got the snot and everything now. Fuck. I'll finish the story for you, and I'm gonna play the clip and go get myself together. But I know I'm in a revelation now. I know it is powerful. That's why I tell you, when Allah speaks to you, everybody, you can't, it's too much. It's too much. So I know I'm in a revelation at this point. And then all the rest of it came. Like, boom. Gave me the memory of, didn't you see that they turned off the water, the electricity, and the fuel and the food for these people? And I just seen, or must have heard something and learned, because obviously Allah knew He was going to give me this, that they were rationing water. They were taking so many sips per whatever when there was real water that they could have, because a lot of the water is sewer water and it's dirty, and some of it they drink seawater just to get water. It's all things bad. The white man's the devil. They need to fucking die. Then immediately it was like this verse in the Quran where this guy that was telling his conversion story to Islam. And I'll tell you that in a minute after I dry up. But let me just finish telling you this, and I gotta get up and go clear myself up. I can't sit up here like this. But I can't stop it now. I'm too full. I can't stop it. Get to know your Lord, everybody. Get to know the one that created you. But so then I realized He's giving the water because it was, you saw how plentiful it was in the video. It was just so abundant. I never experienced rain like that. I've been in some rain. You know, subhanAllah. What we're seeing out of Gaza, everybody, we're seeing the hand of Allah. We're seeing it. That's why these people are so faithful. Joy, they're still praising Allah even when they just lost all their family. You gotta see in this moment what you're seeing. You gotta know what you're seeing. You're seeing the Maker. You're seeing Him. You're seeing Him. He's showing you His power. He's showing you His mercy. He's allowing the Palestinians to be an example to all people of faith. On and on I could go. It's so powerful. You just gotta pay attention. Damn it. Let me play this clip. Y'all watch this. I'm gonna go clean up, everybody. I can't even do this. I may edit this part out and burn this some type of way. This can't be out there. Snot and everything. Like, I can't even. Let's see. I need to bring you in here. See this clip and we're going to talk about it.
TV reached out to all of the mosques and figures featured in this report. Redbridge Islamic
This
Center
is
declined to comment directly to
because I'm setting this up for the next clip I'm going to show you. This is anti-Semitic hate speech calling for Jews' deaths in several UK mosques amid. And I haven't watched it, so I'm going to come back and watch it. Like, but I need to go and get some tissue and fucking cleanse. Here we go.
In some of Britain's mosques. A Talk TV investigation today reveals footage of preachers in several mosques calling for Jews to be killed and Israel to be destroyed.
And we have handed the dossier of evidence to police, and officers from 3 forces are now actively investigating. Holly Hudson has this exclusive report, which comes with a warning that some viewers may find its content offensive.
A sermon at the Redbridge Islamic Centre in Ilford. The speaker prays with his congregation in Arabic to curse the Jews and the children of Israel. Talk TV had the recording translated twice independently. It's voiced by an actor.
O Allah, curse the Jews and the children of Israel. O Allah, curse the infidels and the polytheists. O Allah, break their words, shake their feet, disperse and tear apart their unity, and ruin their houses and destroy their homes.
And from London to Liverpool.
If the 2 billion just marched on Israel, it's all over. You spat in the direction of Israel, 2 billion, it's all over.
To Birmingham.
The stones will speak and say, "Oh Muslim, behind me there is a Yahudi, come and kill him."
Preachers at mosques across Britain have been filmed calling for victory for Hamas.
O God, heal our hearts regarding the usurping Jews and in every enemy of you and the Muslims. O God, limit their number, kill them indiscriminately, and do not leave any of them alive. O God, our Lord, disperse them, weaken their strength, shake the ground beneath their feet, and freeze the blood in their veins. Make them captive to the Muslims.
And stoking hatred against Jews and Israel with alarming anti-Semitic rhetoric.
O Revenger, revenge from the oppressive aggressor occupying Zionists. O Allah, shake the earth beneath them. O Allah, limit their number, kill them indiscriminately, and do not leave any of them alive.
Rhetoric that in some cases is as violent as that of Abu Hamza, the known hate preacher who delivered sermons at Finsbury Park Mosque before it was shut down and who was deported from the UK. In Greenwich, this speaker ended his prayers with calls for Allah to grant victory over the enemy. The Met said while it understands the footage raised concern in Greenwich, no offences had been committed there. Jewish groups, though, say that police aren't doing enough and are calling for prosecutions in some cases, warning that some of these sermons could lead not only to hate crime, but extremism and even terror.
There is no difference between the rhetoric in the Hamas Charter and the rhetoric that is on display in these videos. They are utterly hateful, they are violent, and they are a threat to both Jews and non-Jews in this country. There is a real risk of more than just one person being encouraged by this rhetoric to go out and take action on the streets.
Go to hell.
And we've seen how bad that can be in the past.
It's all lies.
Talk TV has confirmed that police are assessing videos.
Notice that everybody they played, they just, all you heard was the translator, the alleged translator, you see, and no audio of the actual language so we could critique it and be like, that's not what the bitch said, you feel me? Because I've caught it, like, you know, I've seen things where they're talking to people that speak Spanish and they usually play a little segment of them speaking and then the translator starts. And I've literally heard, then the translator starts speaking, I go, that's not what the person just said. Same thing with the Arabic. So be very careful, but this is a hit piece and I'm going to show you why, and it goes hand in hand with something else, but just see this now.
Evidence from 4 of the 7 mosques we've highlighted. The Charities Commission is also examining some of the footage, as the majority are also linked to registered charities, meaning they receive taxpayers' money. In a statement, they said, "We are aware of a significant number of serious concerns, which largely concern allegations of anti-Semitic or hate speech. We're assessing them, and if there has been any wrongdoing, we'll take action." Talk TV reached out to all of the mosques and figures featured in this report. Redbridge Islamic Centre declined to comment directly to us, but previously said it launched an immediate investigation and decided that the imam will not be allowed to address worshippers again until it's concluded. No other mosques responded.
I can't.
Level up your home with Winston's
No,
Black
level
Friday
up
sale.
out my ass, bitch. Like,
Well, joining us now is London-based Imam Ajmal Masroor. Thank you so much for joining us this morning, Ajmal. Can you just tell us what you make of the footage that you've just seen there?
Any hate speech spoken by anybody or preached by anybody is totally condemned, of course.
Wait.
Unfortunately, we're living at a very...
Now, wait now. He's an imam. But I'm looking at his hair. And I'm hoping they're going to tell us where he's from or where he's at. Because just because he's an imam doesn't mean that he speaks Arabic, everybody. There are imams that don't speak Arabic. They just know Quran, and that's it. That's fine. So, but that doesn't mean... And let's see, their issue is they're saying several UK mosques. So I didn't hear a UK accent out of him. We'll just start it again and see, because, wait.
By anybody or preached by anybody
Wait, let me
is
turn up the house
totally
volume.
condemned, of course. Unfortunately, we're living at a very hateful time. The rhetoric coming out of the Israeli ministers,
Okay, I'm hearing
Israeli
British now.
rabbis, is equally hateful. In fact, I have seen tweets as recent as yesterday that's calling for the foreskin of the private parts of the Palestinian men that have been killed to be gathered and put in a grave. Fill up the graves of Palestinians, fill up the tunnels with Palestinian bodies. Even the...
Wait, hear that now. Hear that. That's very important. I didn't know. I've not seen this video at all.
Fill up the graves
of
Palestinians,
damn it.
Of the Israeli ministers, Israeli rabbis. Any hate speech spoken by anybody or preached by anybody is totally condemned, of course. Unfortunately, we're living at a very hateful time. The rhetoric coming out of the Israeli ministers, Israeli rabbis, is equally hateful. In fact, I have seen tweets as recent as yesterday that's calling for the foreskin of the private parts of the Palestinian men that have been...
He said that Israeli rabbis, he saw tweets from Israeli rabbis that are calling for the foreskins of Palestinian men. First of all, that tells you two things. That tells you the motherfuckers that tweeting shit are not fucking rabbis. Because Jews and Muslims are the ones who are strict about circumcision. You understand? Not the Christian. Even though my parents weren't, thank God, I'm not circumcised. I appreciate that. But that's something else. I don't want to get into that. But that tells you two things. Again, listening down, everybody. I always tell you about listening down. Listen down. Listen down. But two things we can glean education from there. Because Jewish people are to follow the circumcision. He said these are rabbis that are tweeting this. I know they must not be a rabbi. They must not be a fucking Jew. They're a Zionist white devil. Because otherwise they would be fucking circumcised. Grown-ass men, especially in Palestine, are more likely to not have any foreskin because that is a mostly predominantly Muslim country. They grew up in Islam, the whole thing. I mean, it's not like being born here in the West. So two things we learned from that statement, you understand? Two things. The people tweeting are not rabbis and they're not fucking Jews. You see? And it's a misstatement about Palestinian men.
Fortunately, we're living at a very hateful time. The rhetoric coming out of the Israeli ministers, Israeli rabbis, is equally hateful. In fact, I have seen tweets as recent as yesterday that's calling for the foreskin of the private parts of the Palestinian men that have been killed to be gathered and put in a grave. Fill up the graves of Palestinians, fill up the tunnels with Palestinian bodies. Even the Prime Minister Netanyahu is calling for a total annihilation of the Palestinian people, referring to a biblical story that they are constantly repeating and regurgitating. Unfortunately, all of them, including some of the footage that you have shown, are hate-filled footage and not to be tolerated anywhere, locally and globally. The Palestinian crisis is not going to be filled or solved by hate preaching or bombardment or killing of children. And in this case, 15,000 Palestinians have been killed. Majority of over 60% have been children and women. So the end of this awful plight will be only by negotiation, by peaceful conversation, by civilized behavior, by international communities putting pressure on both sides to stop this awful fight that they've been doing. And it didn't start on the 7th of October, by the way. It's been going on for 75 years. People who've been, their houses have been taken, occupied, illegal settlements have been built. Even in West Bank, when there is no Hamas, people are being killed. More than 200 people have been killed. So I condemn all of these barbarity, all of this brutality, and I call for cessation of hostilities now, end of rhetoric right now, end of all hate preaching right now.
Ajmal, welcome to the show. Thank you for coming on. Very important for Nick and I to get both sides.
I know he needs to push back on this because he just... Go ahead.
I want to talk... I understand where you're coming from, but we're talking about something that an investigation has picked up in the United Kingdom.
I'm going to see if he's going to let it go that the imam said this didn't start on 7th October. Because, white folks always have to be right.
We know, do we not, that violent rhetoric like this, the killers of Lee Rigby, that soldier in 2018 was directly related. He admitted he was incited to do it because of Islamic hate preacher Chowdhury, who was deported and that mosque was closed down. We made a point in the opening which is very relevant. This isn't across all mosques, this is in some mosques. But you would understand people's abhorrence when you hear somebody speaking like that. And I, for one, am delighted that the first thing out of your mouth was that you said that that sort of hate speech has no place in a civilized society. I think that's absolutely right. We are simply, Nick and I, responding to a report that has taken place within, I think it's 5 mosques. The police, for example, certainly in terms of that Redbridge mosque, have said they are investigating. What would you assume will happen if they come back and believe that that sort of hate speech is unacceptable, Ajmal?
I think it's important to put it in perspective. There are over 2,500 mosques in the UK today. And so a vast majority of them have a very powerful role to play in our communities. For example, the one I run in Southgate, we provide food bank every Monday, and 97% of our guests, we call them, are non-Muslim neighbors of all faith and no faith. We don't discriminate. Our mosque is open to everybody. And I believe this is the case for vast majority of the mosques of our country. I'm talking about 2,500. The 5 or 6 mosques that you have highlighted, if they're being investigated by the Police and Charity Commission right now, it would be wrong of me to make any comments because I'm an imam, I'm a public figure, and I run a mosque, and it will incriminate anybody without due evidence or process. So I'll leave the Police and Charity Commission to do their investigation, and whatever they come across, if they find anybody guilty of hate crime, whatever the law prescribes, that's going to happen, and we'll of course support it. But most importantly, and I want to make this again to everybody, Muslims, Jews, and Christians, especially Muslims in the Jewish communities in the UK, we are brothers in faith. We come from the same family called the family of Abraham. Our future isn't on hostility and vile rhetoric or hate preaching, whether it is done in the UK or done in Israel. And most importantly, the future of Israel, its peace and stability isn't dependent on how often it bombs, occupies, and steals Palestinian land. It's not. It's not going to provide Palestinian security. It's not going to provide Israel security. The only way forward, my friends, is by us talking together, by sharing this one earth that we have. God and his prophets, Moses and Muhammad, would have done exactly that. They would not have spoken against each other in a vile way.
A very important message of peace. Thank you.
See, she had to hurry up and cut him off there.
Masroor, thank you for joining us this morning.
We can't spread Islam. No, hurry up. All right, you said enough. All right, quick.
There is no difference.
And know this, I know television, everybody. I've been on television, and I've also been in the position of that brother. So when he came on and started responding to that, they could have had, sometimes when you're via satellite like that, you can't see the clip that they're showing to the public. You can only hear the audio. He may not have seen the video and known that there was a translation going on, you see, to say that's not what they said in the video. Or they could have had a feed to him where he only saw the words and not heard the audio. So I need to point that out. There's something else. Oh, I'm also insulted personally as an African, you know, that anytime there's a dust up with anything to do with Muslims, they go all the way to the fucking Middle East, or they deliberately find some beige-ass Arab here in America when they represent the extreme minority of the 1.9 billion Muslims on the earth. Most Muslims on the earth look just the fuck like me. Just like me. Do you understand? When you think about Muslim countries, your mind doesn't go anywhere to Africa immediately. That's the truth. It's the truth, right? I know. You're shaking your head going, that's the truth. And so the face that gets put on Islam is Arabs. That's not Islam. It's not. I have to point that out. I have to point that out. I want to try contrast that to this next clip. Not so much, but I'm contrasting it anyway because I say so. Damn it. I got to take some license. I'm the host. I want to quickly read the comments that I missed really quick though, because where did the chat just go? Oh. And Son, I'm gonna get you because you're the one that sent me into that damn waterworks. No, it wasn't Son. Who was it? It was somebody. Oh, it was Corindo. Corindo, you're marked. You are marked. You should look outside. Look outside. That's all I can tell you. You think I'm live here right now, but I could do stuff. So maybe you seeing me live right now, maybe you not. But I don't apologize, everybody. I'm almost kind of feel like I was used again by Allah, because it was so powerful when it came upon me, and you saw that. Just, it was like it was happening again, telling it to you, you know. And for all my Christian folks who think the Holy Spirit is some third person in the Trinity, it's not. You know, every prophet sent by Allah, you kind of got to be holy. Even the mother of Jesus was a holy woman. That's one of the requisites to be used by God. You kind of got to be holy, you know. So this spirit of holiness, I call it, it's almost like Allah lifting one single eyelash and allowing you to see it. It's almost like when he spoke to Moses, and Moses was saying, you know, let me see you. And Allah was saying, you can't see me, I'm too much. You can't. And then he made the mountain to blow up. You see? And told him put his hand inside of his garment and draw it forth. You know, Allah was trying to show him, I'm real, I'm here, but you cannot see me. So this was so powerful for me because of what it was, the context that it was in, what I was consuming, and I'm so immersed in this Palestinian issue, and have been for many years. I've done pieces, they're here on the channel, even before this latest heist. But that's what it is. And last thing I'll say about it is, you know, my grandmother, I used to go to church with my grandmother when I was very, very little. My grandmother was on the, and now I'm not going to cry on this, damn it. Not doing that. But my grandmother was on, I remember she was on the usher board. So I guess it's certain Sundays that they wear all their white with the gloves. I don't know if they wore it every Sunday. I don't think they wore it every Sunday. She was on the usher board. And I remember when they would give testimonials, you know, like, I don't know what the context was now, like, you know, like, people just give testimonials. And my grandmother, when she would speak, I couldn't have been any older than 5 or 6. I'll say between 4 and 6. And I just remember feeling the emotion of that. It was my grandmother. That's probably where I get it from. My grandmother was so she was a very profound woman. She was quiet. I'm used to see how I am, but my grandmother was very pious and soft-spoken, but powerful, you know. But when she would give her testimonials in the church, you know, they'd stand up and first give an honor to God, pastor, deacons, and friends, and they go into their testimonial. And she would talk about what it is raising us children. And I was the youngest, so I'm the cutest. And I would be sitting there, I guess, probably looking like I'm the cutest thing ever. And she would tell the story of my mother passing and how she took the children. And it was really something, man. But, long before I knew what religion or anything was, I knew holiness and faith from my grandmother. She's the closest to a prophet that I'm gonna come in this lifetime. She was so steadfast in her faith and belief and trust in God, and I spend long periods of time by myself, and I'm a thinker, but this was just extraordinary, because I was really just ready to write this off as, damn it, now the rain, and hate the white devil and all of it, and I still do. But it was just a powerful revelation, y'all. Allah gave me all of it. It was it was so complete, because the way that it came, the order that it came, and then Allah letting me be aware, I'm sending revelation on you right now. You're in a revelation. That's what really just, I couldn't even, thank God I was laying down when all this was happening. And the tears were just running. It was such a revelation. So when Corindo said that she had been touched by that, it all just came back to me. And I was so pleased that you felt that, because that's what came to me when I told the story. Everything that I do is from my soul anyway. Certainly that story was from the soul. It was powerful, and you felt that. Allahu Akbar. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen. Original Jewess, a big shout out to you, Queen. I love you. Righteous Indignation, another shout out to you. You say, this is just prophecy. They will eventually declare peace, 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 and then all hell is going to break loose. Boom. Echoes what I'm saying about this ceasefire. It's not going to happen. It's not going to last. It's not. It's not going to last. Watch, watch, watch. Sandra, Jedi, why do you believe the ceasefire will not last? Because of my evidence I just showed. Well, not what I showed, but what I was also saying. White people who can't believe what they say no further, you could throw them. I was going to say a rock, but you can throw a rock. I got a good arm. So strike that. Their way of being is deception and lies. Remember, there's over 400 treaties they signed with the Native Americans, abrogated every single one of them. They don't keep their word. They don't. And they are not inclined to peace. All the violence on the earth is white people. They're the only people that have used the nuclear bomb. I mean, I've got all the receipts to strengthen and to support my argument of their character of violence and not being able to get along with others on the earth. Even Malcolm said, white folks aren't agreeable. They can't get along with anybody. I mean, so I could just go on. I could do another hour just on showing receipt on that. So you take the character, you add that to what I've been laying out, saying that this whole 7th October didn't happen. It was a proclaimed false flag. Like, why do we have to do a false flag? Let's just say it happened and show no evidence, and then everything is thusly. You see? They want this. They want all of Gaza. They want all that land. They're sick and tired of it. They want it all. And they cannot stand the Palestinians. They hate there had to be a ceasefire. Remember, everybody was like, no ceasefire. No ceasefire. That's not possible. It's not happening. Even Bernie Sanders, an Orthodox Jew, not a Zionist, was saying no ceasefire. It can't happen. He gave other reasons. He tried to qualify, but it's still some bullshit. Bernie, you need to die for that alone. You feel me? Because the moment you say no ceasefire, that means another several hundred children and women and men die. The recklessness of your words have real-time consequence. Not like it'll happen in a week. They could be in danger. They're in danger right the fuck now. They're dropping shit on them and shooting them. And you are saying this shit? I'm over it. So what they've wanted, who they are, and so therefore, and the fact they didn't want a ceasefire, and now it's one because of all the pressure, as I laid out earlier. There's too much pressure now. You got millions of people collectively across the earth, huge marches all across the earth saying, fucking ceasefire now, bitch. You see? So this is to try and win back some of the propaganda war and to try to appease the swell that is, we want a fucking ceasefire. And then you could get into, now we're talking about boycotts. And I'm gonna bring you some companies that you're not gonna do business with anymore, or you've got blood on your hands too, and it will confront you on the day of judgment. But so all of that culminated is why this ceasefire is not gonna last. And knowing this already, that's why I wanted to bring you the piece that I brought you where they were saying Hezbollah is firing rockets into military installations in Israel despite shaky ceasefire. I was expecting to, I looked for that. Wallahi, I went looking for a video that, or a headline, because I know this white devil. I'm like, okay, they declared a ceasefire. Okay, fine. Now show me where that's been violated, not by Israel, but by fucking Hamas or somebody. And I knew I was going to find it, and I did. It's not going to last. Watch. 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 Khalifa of the Most High, greetings to you, King. I'm so glad you're here. I've missed you over the last, I don't know, a couple times I've been on or something like that. So good to see you. And Cheryl Bryant, a big shout out to you, Queen. Good evening. You say I'm late to the live stream, but I'm here. I hate being late to your broadcast. Damn. I don't think you were too, I don't know how long we're in now, but I don't think you're that late, Cheryl. You know, and then there's always the replay, so it's all good. And you don't have a whole lot you got to watch, so you're here for the bulk of it, and then if you just a little bit you got to catch up on at the beginning, you good. One of the things I hate about producing any video, whether it's live or recorded, is I have to go and watch that shit. I hate it. I hate it. But I have to know that did I carry the point? Did I get off subject and didn't come back to a point? Did I give information? Did I misspeak? Because sometimes you could be in the cadence of speaking and say something wrong. You give you a perfect example. I have a beautiful video here on the channel you should see called The Miracle of the Number 19 in the Quran. It will blow your hair off. That you will be laid out when you see this video. It's subhanallah. But in that video, at one point, I kept saying the wrong number of surahs in the Quran, just as if it was the gospel truth. Because I'm so into it. I've already said the right number. And I kept saying, I'm like, why do I keep saying that? You know, luckily I caught myself. I don't know if I caught myself after and then I put it up on the screen like I keep saying this, but it's actually this. I think that's what happened. But in real time, that was in editing, I put that in. That was a recorded video. I put that correction in post-editing because I'm saying the wrong shit in real time. So I have to watch. I have to watch. I have to watch. Because I take your audience very seriously, my people. And to come before you and proclaim things to you that are not true, that I don't know, that aren't whatever, it first of all, it defeats my whole reason for being here. I've told you a million times, I'm going to say it till I take my last breath. I'm not on social media for the reason most people are on social media. I'm here for the exact reasons I tell you I'm here for, you know? And chief among them is to try to communicate to my people, to try to elevate and hopefully to change how you think and act and do everything. We got to have a different response to this environment and this devil. And as I always tell you, if you want something you never had, you got to do shit you never did. I need my people to start doing other shit. I'm sick and tired of the ho-hum. I'm sick and tired of it. So I mean the things. I mean why I'm here. And I don't do anything in life without purpose and meaning. And I'm not interested in popularity and, you know, fame and stuff like that. I'm not interested in that. This is why I'm here. Do you understand? This is why I'm here. Allah has given me certain gifts, and your gifts are not your own. You're supposed to give them. Give them. Give them. Knowledge is nothing unless you share it. And I'm not the smartest guy, but maybe something that I say or do, I'm also trying to be an inspiration to my people through my example, me, myself. So you see how I discern information, how I interrogate my life experiences that tell you about situations and things like that, and maybe something resonates with you in your life. It's a whole thing, you know. So without getting long on it, but that's why it's important for me. I have to watch my work back. I have to. It's part of it. You just put some shit out there. You didn't verify it. You don't know. You could have put some shit out there that you didn't even put out there. I mean, you know. Then I have to make sure the technicals are right. Was the sound okay? You know, did I waste time? You know, a successful production for me, whether it's live or recorded, is when it's 3 or 4 hours and it doesn't feel like that when I get done watching it, because I watch it in third person, not as me. I'm critiquing it, but it's third person. You know, I don't know that guy, so I'm moved, entertained, inspired. I learn with you because I only speak from my soul. What's up, everybody? This is the Jedi. Then you'll notice there's usually like a little ho-hum after I say that, because I don't have no starting line. I don't have shit. I'm kind of stumbling into it. I know what I came to talk about, and I know that I have the oratory gift and the intellect to communicate this, but I don't know what's going to come out of me. I don't know. I don't know. And so there's any number of dozens and dozens of times that I've watched my work back and go, oh, that was good. Oh, say that again. You know, it's a revelation for me. You know, that's why I don't repeat and I don't try to do over. One time, that's it. That's when it's the purest. That's when it's the strongest. Righteous. You say they don't want to be seen for who they are. They have to deflect to something or someone else. That's why truth is not in them. That's exactly it. That sums up one of the principles I've taught over the years, you know, that you just encapsulated. That's it. There's not shit I could add. I can't add shit. That's exactly it, you know. It's not in them. They don't have it. You're going to say, tell the truth, shame the devil. Shame the literal devil, literally. Miss GNX, good to see your name. A big shout out to you. Black Power every hour, King Jedi. And Black Power back at you, Queen. Cheryl, Jedi is not the one to fuck with. I'm really not. But I'm a very kind person. I am. You have to provoke me. I'm not. Listen, I always tell you, Allah shows us everything in nature. Everything. There is no animal that attacks human beings unprovoked. Even when they say it was unprovoked, it came out of nowhere. No, there was something. It could have been scent. It could have been anything. Animals feel. You feel me? And they only go by what Allah has put in their instinct. That's it. That's why all dogs do the same shit. The same shit. And know this. They never face east when they use the bathroom. Go and prove that. By the will of Allah. They just don't. Kind of like the video that I have a video here on the channel where they're showing, and they did another one, y'all, where it's like more cats and more books. But there's a video here on the channel, you should see it. I was bringing you stuff, miracles of Islam, miracles of the Quran. And in this particular one, I'm trying to prove to you that the Quran is literally it is the living word, speech of the one that created you. Not inspired, not all these authors and testaments and all the shit's in the Bible. So sorry. But you have a cat. They have several cats they use. and they will not walk on this Quran. Will not. Will not. By the will of Allah, they won't. And they are doing everything. They put one book down and they have like some food, and the cat is just so into the food and steps all over the book. Just steps all over it. Just no matter which way they put it, the cat is just all over it. And you know, cats are very precise. They lock on. There's no delay. If you move, they move. It's like it's like they lock on. They're very precise animals. Even though I cannot stand their ass, but I respect them so much because they're so damn precise. Oh, damn cats. But then they do the same thing with the Quran. They will not step on this book. And this was part of my series. I was trying to bring you stuff that you could see for yourself. Here's a book revealed nearly 1,500 years ago. But here is proof that I can show you now in contemporary times, right now. And so this was that was one of the things. So I'm like the animals. I'm in my natural state until you fuck with me. Then that's it. You're going to get the wrath. You feel me? That's when you get your cat peeled. Let's see, I lost it. It jumped, I'm sorry. Son, you say, wait, where am I at? Son, you say, so very powerful Jedi. That must have been when I was in my cry. I mean, I've cried on camera. I think that was the ugliest one. It just got away from me. It's not coming. I mean, it was just. This is Cheryl. Cheryl's. You say, please stay strong, Jedi. Praying for your broken heart right now. That's the son, or son to Cheryl. That Cheryl, son. Black Beauty, a big shout out to you. Thank you for being here, Black Beauty. Thank you for just sticking with me. All you guys, most of you. Thank you. Son, oh no, it wasn't me, King. You had me crying. Very powerful words. Oh, wow. I almost choked when you said you was crying. I'm such an emotional piece of crap, dude. Wow. Khalifa, watch the male devil tap the female devil on the elbow. A signal to end the interview. Oh, snap. Good eye, Khalifa. I didn't catch that. I didn't catch that. I appreciate that. I did notice that you noticed the bitch immediately was like, okay, we have to go now, so we have to go. Bitch. Fucking bitch. Let's see. Those are the women saying to each other, Shiro. Don't you make me cry. Hello, King. Watching from the clouds while doing laundry. Hello, beautiful. And I'm hoping, inshallah, I get a chance to do laundry tomorrow. Inshallah. Richard Hart, a big shout out to you in the UK. Good to see you, brother. Alhamdulillah. Okay. I said contrast, but so just strike that word, it don't matter, but you need to see this. Alright. This goes to the mind, everybody, because I've told you about the mashup that I did of people accepting Islam and people like gotta go and read the Quran. I mean, it's wildfire. It's wildfire. Just like after 9/11, we had many hundreds and hundreds of thousands of people that converted to Islam. We say reverted because we know as Muslims that every child is born a Muslim. You understand? Because the Muslim is one who submits his or her will completely to the will of Allah, the one that created them. When babies are born, they are in total submission. Allah doesn't even start counting your deeds until you turn 12 years old, till you hit puberty. You feel me? So fuck up all your shit till 12. You feel me? you're still pure. You are without error. And that's also some of the peace that I will share with you that I've gotten from, so many of the children that have passed in Gaza. Know that they have been given paradise, everybody. When you and I die, there will be a barzakh, a time where we will be in the grave. You'll be aware of this. And there's a whole thing, but this is why we still pray for people who have passed on. One of the things we always pray is we always ask Allah to give them peace in their grave, because we know, because the Prophet ﷺ said to the companions, and he said some other things with regard to the graves and what goes on in the grave. And he said that if you knew what Allah allowed me to know to hear when I walked among the graves, you would never want to be there. The Prophet Muhammad ﷺ said this. So we know a lot about death and dying, so there's this barzakh of time, because remember, judgment hasn't happened yet. So on the great day, when everybody is brought back, when Allah says He will perfect you down to your fingertips. They didn't know there was such thing as a fingerprint. But that's what He's alluding to. That's what He's talking about in the Quran. And if you read the divine language, you know that's it. But they didn't know what a fingerprint was, but Muslims have known for nearly 1,500 years. And so He's speaking so specifically because He's letting you know, so in case there's any doubt in you, like you, I'm bringing you back. I will perfect them down to their fingertips. Perfect them down to their finger. Think about that, because everybody's got a different fingerprint. Each hand's got, all these got different ones. That's why I was a corrections officer. I got to do all your hands and your palm, the bullshit. So we'll all be brought back. And why am I saying this? Oh, know that the children won't experience this barzakh. You're a child, you die, or even if you're murdered, or even if you die, straight to paradise. Straight to paradise. Straight to paradise. Straight to paradise. That's it. That's it. Straight to paradise. Okay, now this is, I've been seeing some of these, and I will bring you more as we move through over the next however long we're going to be doing pieces on this. As long as this aggression, this genocide, this murder is going on. But there are many Zionists that are waking up now, everybody. And in fact, there's another one, I think, besides this one. If it's not on this one, I'm going to stop us and find that, so I can show you that. But it's so amazing, because since you've known me, one of my first, probably my third or fourth video out the gate was Judaism, Zionism, and something. But it was a long piece. But the whole reason why I did that is because I knew people don't know the difference between Judaism and Zionism. They don't know. It was one of my earliest pieces on my first channel. Early, like 2-3 subscribers time. You feel me? Early on. And now, why I was intrigued by this, because we have so many Zionists of different ages who never knew, because one of the things they also do in this Zionist bullshit is there's an indoctrination. And many of these people are waking, why is my eye jumping? And many of these people are waking up now and realizing, wait, I thought I was just being a Jew. And I just thought Zionism was, they didn't know that they were in Zionism. It's the whole thing. But this video speaks to that. So see this. I think I can be on here with you on this one. So let's go to number 1. I don't think I'll be in the way. All right, let's go. Where's the volume? All right, we're good.
I was taught that Israel were the victims and that these Palestinian people were like almost like these annoying people who would not leave them alone.
Right, now this is speaks to this is different than the people waking up and going, oh, I didn't know I was a Zionist, but this is in that wheelhouse. This is more people who were like, it's Israel all the way for me, and this is what it is, are going, oh, wait, I didn't know this shit was happening to the Palestinians. Let's go.
I was taught that Israel were the victims and that these Palestinian people were like almost like these annoying people who would not leave them alone.
As I keep researching and learning about what's happening in Palestine right now, I can't stop crying.
This is a call-in to all Jews who support Palestine. When did you realize that the Zionist mythology of Israel was a lie?
And why do so many Jews support Israel despite it committing war crimes against Palestinians? And the truth is, we're not fed accurate information.
Okay, this is a bit of both. Poco de dos.
Because despite all these things that are happening in Gaza, I've not seen any footage of Palestinian people cursing Jewish people or Israeli people.
Seeing what is happening in Palestine right now and seeing how these Palestinians literally are thanking God as they're losing everything. I would be questioning my faith if my entire family just got wiped off. I need to figure that out because I'm intrigued.
Okay, that wasn't the one, but that's fine because that's fine. That's still good. That's still good. And I'm almost afraid to click on this one because this might be the one I was actually looking for. Jewish. Okay, I think we saw her. American Israel. I'm talking about her. No. All right, let me just go to the one that I know I saved because it has exactly what I want you to experience.
This is a call-in to all.
Because I didn't want it to end. I'm like, we gotta see this. I gotta share this. It's very powerful, especially one of the girls that speaks when she talks. It's so good. Let me get it now. And by the way, some of the Arab countries, with all this relief and stuff is going on, a lot of them are sending white garment, like wraps, just for the bodies. I mean, it's just, we're past 15,000 people. 15,000 anything is a big number. Fuck Israel. Do you understand? As I said in the recorded piece, we don't condemn Hamas. I would love to be, in fact, somebody just type me, do you condemn Hamas? Just type me. I just need somebody to ask me that question so I can answer it. But I want to be on some shit where they go, do you condemn Hamas? And I'm actually working on a mashup that I can bring you just of all the fucking people going, do you condemn? Fuck you, bitch. Like, no, I don't condemn Hamas. I don't. Damn it, I don't. Even I don't know, a couple weeks ago maybe, my landlord asked me, said, well, what do you think about all this? I go, well, first thing, I'm never condemning Hamas. That's not going to happen. But they're savages. I'm like, you don't know enough, so you shouldn't speak. No, that's not it. Because that would be like me condemning the Black Panther or Dr. King. No. Listening. No, that's not. Just bear with me, everybody. The payoff is worth it. Allahu Akbar. I think I found it. I'm dealing with a different mouse that does not like to cooperate. This is the one. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen. Alright. Of course, talked with a fucking commercial. I'll wait till the commercial.
The average American wastes over 1.
So you don't have to deal with that. Okay, skip. I love this so much because the information, and anytime you can hear anything straight from the source, or get anything from the source, that's the spot, man. Make sure this is the one. This is the one. This is the one. I'm so honored to share this with you. Let's see, can I be here with you? No, because one of them is full screen. All right, that's fine. Let's go here. Unmute.
Hello and welcome to my channel. With me today I have an interesting video of a lady asking the Jews living in either the diaspora or Israel when they realize that Zionist mythology of Israel is a lie. Now this lady further says that this is a calling to all the Jews who are concerned about what's happening in Gaza. What was that time that just made them ask, what about Palestine? And the mythological lie that Israel was their land. Here's the video.
This is a call-in to all Jews who support Palestine, all Jews who are concerned about what is happening in Gaza. Whether you are Jewish and in the diaspora or Jewish and living in Israel, I want to hear your perspectives on this. When did you realize that the Zionist mythology of Israel was a lie? When did you start to ask your...
That's what got me, because I didn't know what to expect when I saw this and clicked on it. When I heard her say Zionist mythology, I'm like, oh, they're waking up. They're waking up. They're waking up. Let's go on.
Israel was a lie. When did you start to ask yourself the question of, what about Palestine? What was the moment? What was the experience? What was the educational material? What happened that got you to start questioning the mythology that you had been taught about Israel being our land? Our Muslim brothers and sisters, not only in Palestine, Gaza, and the West Bank, but all across the world, are suffering. They are heartbroken. They are watching a genocide happen in Palestine and watching Jewish people and white people, really the world over, turn their backs and ignore it and pretend that that's not what it is.
Y'all know that's worth my entire existence right there. We could just hear that 50 times on loop, but I'll spare you.
But all across the world are suffering. They are heartbroken.
Wait.
So what was the educational material? What happened that got you to start questioning the mythology that you had been taught about Israel being our
love that she specifically says white people and puts some accent on it.
Land. Our Muslim brothers and sisters, not only in Palestine, Gaza, and the West Bank, but all across the world, are suffering. They are heartbroken. They are watching a genocide happen in Palestine and watching Jewish people and white people, really the world over, turn their backs and ignore it and pretend that that's not what it is. And we need to show them that we have their backs, that we're going to speak loudly, that we are in the process of unlearning, that we are in the process of figuring out how to ally up for them. So please post your unlearning moment. What happened? When did you start to interrogate the messages that you had received as children or from your faith community, so that we can provide them some counterexamples and show how much we care?
Is it just me, or the more people talk about this, the more it's helping people learn the truth and unlearn certain things or lies they were taught? Seeing others responding and just sharing those moments just shows how many people are really coming to the realization. A lot of people share their experiences, and I would advise that you stay glued as I share some of the stitches with you, and make sure to watch the video to the very end, because I will be sharing more experiences from the comments. Here are the stitches.
Of what about Palestine?
Too freaking late. I started asking myself that question too freaking late. I grew up culturally Jewish. My friends, my boyfriends, my life was surrounded by Jewish people. In fact, it was like kind of cool to be Jewish when I grew up. I didn't even really know the concept of Zionism, because Zionism was just Judaism, right? The idea that Israel should be a place, a safe haven for Jewish people. That just was what it was. The concept of birthright made total sense. I didn't even question it. The fact that the government would subsidize a trip to Israel so that you could see your homeland.
I've taught you about that. I told you guys, I have work here on the channel already. I've told you over the years, they have this thing where after you turn 18, they fucking all expense paid trip to fucking Israel. Just go to fucking Israel if you're a so-called Zionist fucking Jew here. You see? This is from the mouth of the babes, as they say. They're telling you exactly what I've been telling you for years. Go on.
Myself that question too freaking late. I grew up culturally Jewish. My friends, my boyfriends, my life was surrounded by Jewish people. In fact, it was like kind of cool to be Jewish when I grew up. I didn't even really know the concept of Zionism because Zionism was just Judaism, right? The idea that Israel should be a place, a safe haven for Jewish people. That just was what it was. The concept of birthright made total sense. I didn't even question it. The fact that the government would subsidize a trip to Israel so that you could see your homeland. That didn't strike me as weird at all. And the Jewish population is pretty small, so there's only a few degrees of separation between you and somebody who lives in Israel. And it just felt like part of the package of being Jewish. I didn't question the fact that after the Holocaust we would need a safe haven. And yes, 6 million people dying this close in terms of the history of the world is terrifying. And yes, Jewish people are not the most beloved people on the planet, right? Traditionally, we're not. So yeah, it made sense to me. But I didn't think about how many other people have been genocided and that they don't get their own theocratic ethno-state.
I love how when she said that, because that sparked off fireworks in me, because we've been genocided and are being genocided. And where's our state, everybody? Muhammad Ali has talked about it. Malcolm X talked about it. There's been many other high-profile people that talked about it. Just give us a fucking whole few of these states, or at least one of them, and leave us the fuck alone. Do you understand? But everybody else's suffrage is holy and sacred and should be spoke about in hushed terms, while they just disrespect and deny our shit every goddamn day. You can't allow it. We have to get just as sensitive as the Jews and be so outraged and furious and mad to the point of fighting and death that they get. Over the slightest thing, you have to be so offended. You cannot go on.
Question the fact that after the Holocaust we would need a safe haven. And yes, 6 million people dying this close in terms of the history of the world is terrifying. And yes, Jewish people are not the most beloved people on the planet, right? Traditionally, we're not. So yeah, it made sense to me. But I didn't think about how many other people have been genocided and that they don't get their own theocratic ethno-state. I didn't know that in order to achieve that, in order to get Israel to be Israel, that Palestinians had to be forcibly removed from their homes. I didn't know that it was an illegal occupation. I didn't know that Israel controlled a huge percentage of Palestinians' water. I didn't know that it was a 75-year occupation. I didn't know that Palestinians had to move through checkpoints in order to get anywhere. I didn't know that 90% of their economy is from handouts, that like the world has been giving them resources because they don't have any of their own because of said occupation. I didn't know that there were thousands of Palestinian prisoners in Israel that don't get a trial, hundreds of whom are kids. I didn't know that Israel had one of the strongest militaries in the world and provides military supplies to a lot of the rest of the world. I didn't think about the fact that putting an ally in the middle of the Middle East filled with Jews as a gift from the US and from the British would be a super smart political tactic, because none of the rest of the world wanted us anywhere. My first thought after the October 7th attack was what a brutal, horrific thing to happen to the Jewish population and to the Israeli civilians, and I still believe that that is true. However, I didn't have context. And now that over 10,000 Palestinians have died, now that I know that Israel dropped more bombs in 6 days than the US dropped in Afghanistan in an entire year of war, now that I've listened and learned for the past 3 weeks, I wish I had asked, what about Palestine, sooner?
About Palestine. I am not Jewish, obviously, but I did want to address this question because I was raised in a very Christian Zionist framework. And again, I want to keep naming that framework of Christian Zionism on here because it is so important to understand that many Americans who are supporting unequivocally the actions of the state of Israel has nothing to do with Judaism and everything to do with the framework, in fact, of Christian supremacy. And the modern state of Israel is, for many Christians, intertwined with American exceptionalism. Both states seen as uniquely somehow God's nations. And anyone who opposes Israel is just doing it because they hate God, right? The idea that there were people who resisted Israel because of what the creation of Israel cost them and their parents and their grandparents just wasn't even a factor in the conversation. And for me, honestly, it was going to Israel in seminary and visiting the occupied West Bank, because that is where Bethlehem, the birthplace of Christ, is, that really crystallized and clarified for me the experience of Palestinians. And as much as we need to understand the very real grief and fear and trauma that led to the creation of Israel for the Jewish people, we're never going to have peace if we can't understand the grief and trauma and loss of the Palestinian people and what the state of Israel cost them.
With over 25,000 five-star reviews, Mood's quickly becoming the most trusted.
So as an American Jew, I feel like I've had a lot of brushes with Zionism and just like sort of narrowly avoided each one. It started when I was in Hebrew school. This is about 3rd grade, and we get a teacher who is from Israel, has recently moved to the area. And in 4th grade, I had his wife. Both of them, obviously, since they just come from Israel, talked all about Israel. And I found this like incredibly irrelevant to me. I had only gone to Hebrew school because my mom told me I could get my ears pierced when I had a bat mitzvah. So I was really only there for that. And my connection to Judaism came really from what I knew of my family's history, which was in Eastern Europe, Hungary, Lithuania, Romania, Ukraine, places like that, and then in New York, where we first emigrated.
She just named the entire earth, and not one of those fucking countries was Africa. Do you see what I'm saying? So again, we don't have any issue with anybody picking up Torah, going to synagogue, and saying they want to follow the law and follow the Jewish faith. That does not make you that does not make you an Israelite. That does not make you the people of Torah, Quran, and Scripture. You must be Black African for that. Period. We are the Semites, everybody. That's why, if anybody else wants to take the slings and arrows, you're being anti-Semitic. You tell the bitch, I am a Semite, bitch. What? You are not. You are not. And don't give them this, I'm born, because they're born, they're somehow Semitic. They're not, because they're white. And they're not from the land of Semites. They're not. All the shit, she just named the entire earth, and none of that shit is Semitic land. We'll just hear it again.
And we get a teacher who is from Israel, has recently moved to the area. And in 4th grade, I had his wife. Both of them...
Listen for her naming the entire fucking earth, but also I want you to be listening for this $350 stipend that they got for several months. Like, I think every week or something. She's going to say it. You feel me? I mean, it's just, I mean, don't do it. Don't do it. Don't look at me.
Obviously, since they just come from Israel, talked all about Israel. And I found this like incredibly irrelevant to me. I had only gone to Hebrew school because my mom told me I could get my ears pierced when I had a bat mitzvah. So I was really only there for that. And my connection to Judaism came really from what I knew of my family's history, which was in Eastern Europe, Hungary, Lithuania, Romania, Ukraine, places like that. And then in New York, where we first emigrated to. So Israel just like did not seem relevant to me at all. And I hated sitting through Hebrew school classes on it that I just did not care about. Also, a big part of why I never fell for this propaganda is my parents, and I should give them credit where credit is due. Because when my dad heard that we were studying Israel and learning all this touristy Israel stuff and how great it was there and how we should all go there on birthright one day and then join the IDF and make Aliyah, he was like, you are not going to Israel. It's dangerous there. There's a conflict there. And I had vaguely heard of Israel-Palestine's relations like on the news. So all I knew about Israel outside of Hebrew school was that it's a dangerous place to go. And then all I was hearing in Hebrew school was that it's like the best place ever and so necessary for Jews. And like we did all these projects on the founders of Israel. In fact, the only reason I did not fail out of and have to repeat 5th grade of Hebrew school was because I pulled a project on Golda Meir out of my ass. I had to do that or I would have been stuck in Hebrew school an extra year, which believe me, I did not want to do. So I go through Hebrew school this whole time just kind of having a bad feeling about Israel and just not really getting why it was supposed to be important to me. And throughout Hebrew school, they're showing you a lot of like Holocaust imagery that's really disturbing. So you understand why Israel is needed. And it is pretty baked into Judaism. Judaism. Like in the Passover Seder, the last thing you say is next year in Jerusalem, like we're hoping to go back. But my family, to their credit, never says next year in Jerusalem because we don't have any connection to Israel. And basically, everyone in my family thinks that Israel was a bad choice for a place to do a Jewish state. And our attitude toward it, which comes from this joke my grandfather once made, is like, why did they have to put the Jewish state somewhere people already were living? Why couldn't they just have picked like an unpopulated corner of Wyoming instead, where hardly anyone lives anyway? So every year, instead of next year in Jerusalem at the Passover Seder, we say next year in Wyoming. All that to say, the Holocaust imagery was terrible, but it didn't really move me. And I distinctly remember the first time I heard about another recent genocide in middle school, which was the Great Purge. And I was like, that's so crazy that we don't learn about any other genocides. And then I learned about the Rwandan genocide. And I was like, what? Why did I only ever hear about the Holocaust? Not just in Hebrew school, but also in elementary school. But anyway, the thing that really first made me ask what about Palestine was when I read this book, Habibi, in 8th grade. I don't know if you know this book, but it is just one of my most formative books that I've ever read in my entire life. It's about a Palestinian American family who moves to Israel, and the young daughter falls in love with a Jewish boy. It's written by a Palestinian author, and it was the first time I had ever heard any kind of Palestinian perspective on Israel. And that was the first time I ever felt like, you know what, it would be really cool to go to Israel for a visit just to see it. And I knew the only way I was going to be able to afford that was to go on Birthright. But I also knew that going on Birthright, there would be even more pro-Israel propaganda shoved down my throat. Nevertheless, I vaguely planned to go on Birthright, but I kept putting it off, largely because of an experience I had my freshman year of college. So because there was no other Jewish life on my campus, I started going to the Chabad house, and they had this class they were running that paid you $350 to take it for 10 weeks, learning about each of the 10 commandments through like their perspective. The class itself was not the issue, but
$350 a week for 10 weeks. Just handing out the cash. You feel me? I mean,
learning about each of the 10 commandments through like their perspective. The class itself was not the issue, but two things happened at Chabad that really made me realize that I did not even want to align myself with like mainstream Judaism at all. The first one was the attitude towards marriage. And I knew like from the Broad City episode and jokes about finding a nice Jewish boy that like that was an important thing to Jewish people, but I did not know it was to this level. I remember specifically once the rabbi said that it was so important to find your bashert, your Jewish soulmate, that you might have to go all the way to Israel to do that, and that's okay. Which really underscores everything the creator I stitched has been saying about birthright. I had never encountered Jews before who were like anti-intermarriage, like they really want you to marry somebody who is ethnically Jewish and then have them become more religious. And yes, people can convert, but really the focus on ethnic Judaism made me feel like it was a bit of a keep the bloodlines pure kind of thing. This just had echoes of white supremacy to me, and I would yell that far and wide because I was so upset about it. I just never encountered that attitude before. And there was this one guy in the course who particularly loved to rail against intermarriage and how he couldn't get his brother to date Jewish girls. And one day he started talking about how much he supported Trump for his stance on Israel. And keep in mind, this is early 2016 before the election, so the stakes are pretty damn high. He also said he thinks Bernie Sanders is a traitor to the Jewish people for his stance on Palestine. And that in particular really revved me up. And listen, I am from Burlington, Vermont, okay? Bernie Sanders is basically our head of state. We love him, and we don't just love him for his politics, although I agree with almost all of his politics. We love him because he's a really good person, and a lot of us have had personal encounters with him and know him, and he's just like a good guy. Bernie also is originally from Brooklyn, like my family, and came to Burlington, Vermont like my family. And he was the only Jew I'd ever heard of not unequivocally supporting Israel at the time. So when this guy says that, I was like, I am out of here. I had never met a conservative Jew before. Other than the Zionism, I came from a very progressive synagogue, and I was shocked and horrified because I could see that Trump was aligning himself with neo-Nazism and white supremacy and people who wanted to eliminate all Jews. So this was my other brush with Zionism, and it's kind of a miracle I didn't fall for it. I also almost went on Birthright, but then I kept putting it off because of COVID, and I kept putting it off because I wanted someone to go with me because I didn't want to buy into all the propaganda. And then finally, in my final year of eligibility this year, I'm 26 right now, it was full, so I couldn't go. And now I probably never will see Israel, and that's okay with me, because I really only ever wanted to go as a tourist. And I feel kind of lucky about that, because I've come so close to being indoctrinated so many times. And maybe it was my upbringing and my parents' views on Israel, or maybe it was just me seeing the contradictions and how it was talked about, but I just never quite fell for it. Because I could see that supporting Israel also meant supporting a lot of things that I don't support. For example, Donald Trump and genocide. So that's my story of how I made it through Zionist spaces without ever quite buying in.
Was a lie.
No!
Introducing the Filter Sword Whole House
shit,
Water
bitch.
Conditioner. A complete home.
This film right here. This film broke me.
I started watching that,
This film
by the way.
changed my life forever. When I saw that film, I had already started questioning a lot about Zionism, but I was like 14, 15 years old, so I was really alone in this journey of unlearning. I had the incredible privilege of making friends with 2 Palestinians online on Tumblr, and they taught me so much, and I'm really, really grateful for them. But even with like those first few months, I was still like really, really trying to convince myself, like, no, like there has to be something good. Like there really does, like there has to be something. And then I saw this film, and it changed my brain chemistry. There were a lot of things in that film that I didn't know was happening. I think that the most shocking thing to me was the midnight raids where the IOF would kidnap children in the middle of the night. There's a lot in that film, and I don't want to spoil. And it is a documentary about a man basically just documenting the birth of his new son, and you know, his life as he's growing, and just showing what life is like in the West Bank. I haven't seen it in a long time. I haven't seen it in a few years, not even just a few, but I've seen it twice, and I think the last time I saw it was in 2013, and I haven't been able to watch it again since. And it really did something to me. So I really recommend that everybody watch this. I don't care if you happened upon my video, you're anti-Zionist or you're Zionist. Watch 5 Broken Cameras. Watch 5 Broken Cameras.
It's on YouTube.
Please. Please.
All Jews who are...
So mine was, there was a lot of little things, and a lot of tiny things that made me see, that I think let me see that maybe everything wasn't just as I thought it was. And I think that paved the way for this big moment, because like I think the little things kind of like picked at the foundation. Let's say like my Zionism was like a house, right? I think all these little things were like picking and like at the foundation of the house and like decreasing its stability, like people talking about Palestine, people talking about the history and making me question and second guess what I had been taught. That was picking away at the foundations, right? And forcing me to look more into things. And so that was picking away at the foundations. And then this article that I read, I think my freshman year of college, was, I think, anthropology. And it was like an archaeological article. Try saying that 5 times fast. It was about how the Israeli government spends a lot of time and money trying to, specifically around the old Jerusalem, so like the old city, trying to actively displace Palestinians. And it talked about like how the justice system was working against them and stuff like that, which I had never heard of before. They were actively trying to displace them, kick them out of their homes so they could expand like the temple complex and build an archaeological park around it. And just reading that, like, I love history. I love a good archaeological park. but I could not fathom kicking people out of their homes to do it. Like, to me, those two things are not compatible. Like, I love archaeology, and I would never do that. Like, it's not that important to me, right? It's cool, but it's never that important to kick somebody out of their house, bulldoze their house, or force them to evict with nowhere to go, in favor of like an archaeological park. And I love history, I love archaeology, but I was like, it's never that serious. So what the f is going on here?
Now, I found an interesting article of an American Jew that I would really love to share with you guys. It reads, there's a story from last week I can't get out of my head. America has been growing with organizations.
Okay, it's just the narrator of that, over that. Some African sister that I don't know who it is. I'm sure she wants me. I mean, that's known. That's known. But that's known, no. But that's already known. but that's known. That's known. The value of that, everybody, is because it validated some things for me. Because I never speak unless I have inspiration. That's it. I have to be inspired. I have to feel it, you know? And when I did that early video I was telling you about on Judaism and the bullshit, and I've spoken about it many times over the years, it's because I'm trying to give a clarion call, a scream from a hole, because I know how I've walked through life, and I know people, the average person, just don't know that there's not, that Judaism and Zionism are not the same thing. Zionists are not Jews. They think they are. And that was the value of that video. Oh, they think they're confessing, like, I thought I was a Jew. I thought I'm this and a third. And they revealed that they knew, even though some of them knew, like, I'm in Zionist Judaism, they thought it was, but it's still the same thing. There's no, you know, like, I'm good, you know, but they're not. It also validates what I've taught you over the years about this birthright thing. You know, what I learned in this is that the cutoff is 26. I don't know if I knew that. I don't know if I knew that. But I know once you turn 18, and I've probably said in the past, like, I don't know, until some age, but, you know, when you turn 18, you just have this birthright. They just all expense paid to fucking Israel. That's to keep their numbers up, and also to forward this this Zionist bullshit. And as children, they go to Hebrew school. So they can speak Hebrew, and you go, oh, you really are Jewish. No, bitch, you are a white bitch to learn how to speak Hebrew. That's all, bitch. But that's all. You feel me? So we have to keep things in context. But I love that piece. And the other thing that I glean from it is, though they are white bitches, had to be said, there was a involuntary honesty that came from each one of those people that spoke. Like, you know, the bullshit filter rings an alarm if it ain't really, it's not really, and that alarm was not touched or triggered in me at all when I watched it. I believed them and had no reason to believe that what they were saying was not honest. Honest, that's the word that's important, because I know it's the truth. But is it honest? Are you just saying this to absolve yourself of current events right now? It wasn't. It was honest. And the, I don't know which number she was, second or third girl that spoke with the real bushy black hair. I feel like she was wearing a white blouse. When she was saying, and yes, what happened on October 7th, blah, blah, blah. But I didn't have context. I like how she, even the mechanics of her speech. But, because that, it said a lot of things, and just that, but I didn't have context, you know. Because you watch Piers Morgan, and it was a horrific crime. It was everything. It was the most, this thing, October 7th, was the worst thing that humanity has ever known, everybody. It wasn't Ebola. It wasn't AIDS. It wasn't Nagasaki. It wasn't Hiroshima. It wasn't the fucking genocide in Rwanda. No, we're still not there. It wasn't the 10 million people killed in Congo. We're still not there yet. We're just not there. It wasn't the 1908 earthquake in Frisco. Nope, doesn't come close. We're going to need something else. Quick, 1,200 white fucking big-nose ass fake Zionists die, allegedly, on 7th October. We've just, utopia. We found the worst things ever happened to all of humanity. Not even, first over even Moses having to part the Red Sea. I mean, it was just, you know. I'm over it. Anyways, I'm so pleased to share that with you. I hope you are as enriched by that as I intend for you to be. Let me get us to our next piece. Okay, we've seen that already. This one, I don't remember what you are. Nobody cares. All right, get rid of it. What's it called? Oh, okay, that was my opening video. Another opening video. Hezbollah. You see, they're showing a lousy, I don't know, 20-something. We got 141 people going right now. I'm seeing it back here. Don't tell me shit. Don't do it. And I should probably dip over to comments really quick as I'm transitioning to, that way I don't have a billion of them I have to read. Okay, what happened? Where'd it go? Where did I end? Khalifa. Oh, I read that. Shiro. Deej. Enjoyed you, as always. Richard, you say those are the first words out of every reporter's mouth. Do you condemn Hamas? Aren't reporters supposed to be neutral? Yeah, that's out the window, Richard. I mean, forget about it. You know, we're many decades probably now since that principle of journalism, you know. In fact, there's a young lady, I wasn't going to bring you the clip. Maybe I will now based on that, Richard, because you just gave that value, because there she was out at somewhere, and CNN showed up, and there was this, the video that I saw, the title on it made it seem like there was going to be all this run-in with this CNN reporter, and it didn't live up to that. So to some degree it was clickbait. There was still value there, but don't give me drama that's not drama. You don't need to do that. You know, I don't like the shit. I usually give it a thumbs down. Just because you're so desperate that you needed to deceive. I don't like that. I wasn't going to show this one yet because I was going to do my own. But I think we'll see a little bit of this one. But I want to first... Alright, let me cue this up. Let me get it at least up on board. So that I have it. And...
Here are the top 3 dirty self-defense moves. Number 1, throwing...
You're self-defense move, you're white, etc. Sat! Skip. Oh no, we're not seeing that. But I know how to take us through it. We'll get through it in probably a minute and a half. It's 34 minutes. We're not going to do that. I know what we need. All right, so that's queued up. Now, but this piece, why I mention it is because this girl, it wasn't the dust up that they had in the header. She was, and she tells the story after the fact of the dust up video. Somebody else is interviewing her, and she's now telling the story of what happened, how she got this CNN reporter, because she had also been on Piers Morgan, and he was trying to get her to did she want to apologize to the reporter, and she was like, I'm not going to waste my time, like I need to move on to what's going on in Gaza, and she just shaded it to fucking hell. Love her. But I mention it because she gave a whole clinician on journalism 101. She's not even a journalist, and I thought she was a journalist until she said I'm not a journalist. I'm like, I was just taking notes. I wasn't, but I'm just saying you would have been. And I queued another piece too about what's happening in Congo. I'm not going to bring that right now because I thought that's perfect to contrast. And I appreciate that though some of those girls were saying, you know, I didn't know about any of the other genocides that were going on. You know, people have been massacred off, like, you know. Let's see. I don't need that. I don't know what that is. Random as hell, Tiffany Haddish was arrested for her second DUI. Just saying. Okay, well, let me cue this one too, because I mentioned this. But I want to get to this chick if I can. By the way, that I don't know if you heard me while that was playing. I said to you, when the one chick came on and she showed 5 broken cameras, that's on YouTube full. You could see it. As soon as she mentioned it, I paused it, went and searched it. I put in the number 5. I didn't type out 5. I put in the number 5, broken, and it finished it, and there it was. And I started watching it. You should definitely go and see that. I don't think this is it. I just saw this a minute ago and I declined to click on it. Everything's a fucking ad. I don't think I saw a commercial the entire time I was in Africa, dude. I don't think I saw one. Oh no, that's not. Oh, no, we're not going to see that one now. Oh, damn it. These are so good. Stay focused, Jedi. Stay focused. No, this is it was on. There's another piece I'm going to be bringing you, not in this sitting, because I've brought pieces and I've talked about it in the past. You know, the Jews owe their entire ass to Muslims. Do you understand? And that's coming to the forefront now. We're seeing pieces coming out. People are talking about it like, yeah, like real Jews are saying, or actually actual Jews are saying, yeah, we don't have no problem with Muslims. This is not religious. And little fun fact for Christians, for all this we love Israel and Judeo-Christian and all these terms and shit, you need to be very careful because remember, Jews don't believe in Jesus Christ at all. If they do, you have some that believe they believe he did three things. They believe he didn't exist, or if he did, he was not the Messiah, because they're waiting on some Messiah that is not named in any book. And then also either he didn't live, if he did, he wasn't the Messiah, and some say he that if he lived, he was like just a prophet or something. There's a third one. I think that's it. Don't quote me on the third one. I'm not really sure of that. So it's interesting because oh, there's so much good stuff. Wait. Really something words in not that way. This is it. Allahu Akbar. She's so good. And she happens to be very beautiful too. Just like, I mean, they're beautiful people anyway. They just are. They're beautiful. But she's very beautiful. And one of the things that makes her beautiful is that she's not trying to be beautiful. I love that about any woman who is beautiful, who's not trying to be beautiful. Like, they're not trying to lead with that in any way. It's just, they just present, and that's it. I'm just here. I'm not trying to be the most or anything like that, but yet they're fucking crushing and punishing all of humanity. I love that. And to my piece, do they have audio? Yeah. To my piece, since I mentioned the whole Judeo-Christian nonsense, and know that a lot of your Christian pastors are making money for way before this ever happened, to push this Israel bullshit. You see? You can listen, you can have a relationship with the place, everybody, but not Israel. Just that land. Allah has said to the Muslim that the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, subhanallah, in some of the hadith, when he speaks about this is holy land. This is holy land. It's holy. The Prophet said that that many of the prophets are buried there, and he speaks about the scent of the prophets and so forth. That is a holy place, to be sure, but these roaches crawling on it are not. Just so we're all clear. You understand? Get the can of raid. 11:42, I think. Well, we're going to start there. But as soon as I bring you in, it's going to change. I'm over it. I think I can be with you on this. Can I? I think I can. We're going to see. 11:42.
Hitler was part of God's plan. So let's take a look at this sermon he delivered.
Now, this isn't the girl I'm bringing. She's going to be next. But because I mentioned these Christian people, this is somebody who, he's a fucking devil and a fat Santa Claus ass fuck. But I really like John Hagee. Just, he's comical. I find humor in stuff that people probably wouldn't find humor in. Plus, I love language. And so sometimes language can be very humorous to me. The way he speaks with that very such and such, and he's from Texas, and it's the Cornerstone Church, give him praise and glory, and he does this thing. Like literally right here, he does this. It is a movie. And his fat ass is paid very handsomely by the Zionist fucking cabal to promote the Israeli bullshit. But he's entertaining, but I offer him now because I mentioned him to you, and damn it, I'm in the way. 11:42. I'll be back. $11:42. Ooh, 41. Fine, we'll take 41. Damn it, I'm over it.
On Armageddon, he said that Hitler was part of God's plan. So let's take a look at this sermon he delivered.
Theodor Herzl is the father of Zionism.
Father of Zionism.
He was a Jew that after the turn of the 19th century said, "This land is our land. God wants us to live there." So he went to the Jews of Europe and said, "I want you to come and join me in the land of Israel." So few went. Herzl went into depression.
In the land of Israel.
Those who came founded Israel. Those who did not went through the hell of the Holocaust. Then God sent a hunter. A hunter is someone who comes with a gun and he forces you. Hitler.
See, that's immediately white devil. A hunter, because we're the first people to do everything, a hunter just goes out with his bare hands and wrestles a lamb lion to the ground or takes a spear. But of course, the white devil, I always tell you, they only feel powerful if they're in a group or if they're armed with a gun. That's it. So just a little subliminal truth coming through for something that's totally not related, but an opportunity to teach. Let's go on.
Zionism. He was a Jew that after the turn of the 19th century said, "This land is our land. God wants us to live there." So he went to the Jews of Europe and said, "I want you to come and join me in the land of Israel." So few went. Herzl went into depression. Those who came founded Israel. Those who did not went through the hell of the Holocaust. Then God sent a hunter. A hunter is someone who comes with a gun and he forces you. Hitler was a hunter. And the Bible says, Jeremiah writing, "They shall hunt them from every mountain and from every hill out of the holes of the rocks," meaning there's no place to hide. And that will be offensive to some people. Well, dear heart, be offended. I didn't write it. Jeremiah wrote it. It was the truth and it is the truth.
Jeremiah wrote it. You see, every living, breathing word in the Quran is the very speech of the one who created. We don't have any writers.
How did it happen? Because God allowed it to happen. Why did it happen? Because God said, my top priority for the Jewish people is to get them to come back to the land of Israel.
So God did not say that. That's more fiction. But alas, even if it was true, it was not their white ass. So let's just all be very clear. Do you understand? I want to get to this chick now.
Says that Hitler was part of God's plan because God's greatest priority is to get the Jews to Israel.
Perfect. Because they do the setup into it.
I want to go to a clip.
See the piece that I'm telling you about that was anticlimactic, that the title of the video was like, oh my God, she really showed this CNN reporter and I thought she was going to pull her by the hair, but none of that happened. I'm over it. You feel me?
I want to go to a clip. You went viral confronting Clarissa Ward, who was a journalist with CNN, at the Rafah crossing.
Confronting Clarissa Ward. Clarissa. Is that Clarissa? Is that Clarissa's mom? Clarissa! Where's my punch? Wait. Nurse. Oh my God.
From Egypt into
so they're going to show
this is some of your exchange.
Clip.
Where are your condemnation? Where's your channel covering this? Cover this! Save the truth. We understand you're an employee. You're just censor government. But that being said, you're a country that's claimed free speech. Your customized democracy is actually what led to Hamas. And now we are watching an occupation, and we are watching the result of your silence, of your misrepresentation of Arabs.
I know you're probably tired of talking about it, but it's a really important moment because this is the first time during this phase of the Gaza crisis that CNN's been called out.
This is the Useful Idiots. You can go and check out their channel if you wish.
For its coverage. And there's been so much criticism. They embed with Israeli forces into Gaza. They parroted the lie about the...
And when I first saw this, I thought, you might want to call Paul Simon and tell him he's going to need to write you a check. And stuff. Because y'all look alike. Just a little... He leans Paul Simon for me. He leans.
The beheaded babies. They constantly repeat Israeli government talking points. They play the victim card. They talk so much always about how Jewish people in America are the real victims here, not the people of Gaza. So for a lot of people, this confrontation you had was, this exchange you had was cathartic. Talk to us about what was happening there at that moment in Rafah on the crossing when you came across Clarissa Ward.
So I'm not tired of talking about it because I haven't really been talking about it. And even a lot of Egyptians have taken it as a sort of, I don't like to talk about the encounter.
You see what I'm saying? Like, she's not Michelle Obama. Let's not get crazy. You feel me? She ain't Janet. I mean, so that's, I mean, but I'm just trying to say, like, she just has a simple beauty about her that I can appreciate as a man, as a human being, really.
Encounter so much because there's a bigger issue at stake here. There's a bigger issue to actually talk about, which is the fact that this is an occupation, it's not a war. And the rhetoric is so dangerous. The narrative is so dangerous. And this is why the confrontation happened, because we had been seeing so much from Western media using wrong terminology. And when you use wrong terminology, it gives you a depiction of what's happening that's not the truth. It's a manipulation of what's happening. So, for example, you would read headlines by the New York Times that says 500 Palestinians killed. Who killed them? And then when it comes to the other party, they're like Hamas has slaughtered, and the kind of jargon that's used is very manipulative. And we understand the danger of that for the West, because at the end of the day, you know, I don't know how to, I forget the translation in English, but it's like the head of the cobra, sort of. So like the tail is the media, but the big, where the venom really is within U.S. politics. And it's true. And we've seen, and not just U.S. within, that's sort of pushed by Zionist lobbyists who are very powerful in the U.S. And you'd think it was just the Republicans, but unfortunately, we're seeing that same clutch is held over the Democrats as well. And we are now in the region suffering from that, the excessive meddling, and then when there's a reaction, it's aided by Western media to be painted out to be an action, not a reaction. And so I'm so sorry, I don't want to deviate from your question. You had said, what was I doing there? That is important to note. So what I was doing there, I was at the Rafah crossing because there is a misconception that Egypt isn't allowing to open the border. It's not allowing the supplies. It's not allowing Palestinians into Sinai. It's key messages that we keep on hearing that are just so far from the truth. The issue is, I was there with the Egyptian Food Bank. Volunteers had been there previous. 2:30 a.m., you start hearing merciless bombardment by Israel. It's 3 kilometers away, merciless bombardment. Like your tents shake. You wake up. There was the United Nations meeting to try and see the situation and try and urge Israel to allow these supplies in, because not only were they not allowing the supplies in, they bomb the crossing from Rafah into Gaza, so that
even when they would allow the supplies in, you have the roads are completely broken off, and these huge trucks aren't able to enter. It's pure evil. And then I'm there for the United Nations conference, and then I saw the reporter who, interestingly enough, wasn't there over the nights prior to seriously see what's happening. She was there with the United Nations convoy, which is already a bigger bias as it is. You're there with why aren't the other channels with the United Nations? Why is it that CNN is the one with the United Nations? And then when I saw it wasn't interesting the encounter itself. It was interesting to see after the encounter on CNN, the report that was given. They took a sound bite out of me to show this, cliche emotional Arab talking about the children and not everything else that came with it, and like just these 30 seconds of that. And then she stated that she was surprised that there were people protesting, and she seemed to be surprised that were people protesting at the border. Had you done your due diligence, had you been there at the border to see what was happening, to see that Israel was closing off all these supplies, you yourself would have been protesting.
See there?
What did they leave out, by the way, of the exchange? Then we'll move on from this, but I think this is an important example of media behavior. What did they leave out? Like, what had just happened? Was it that they cut stuff out at the beginning or the end?
The average American wastes over $1,000 at a dentist every year, even if they don't have
sell you some shit at all cost.
Interestingly enough, I don't believe that she was planning on coming to speak to me initially. It was because it dawned on her that there were other people that took footage of me trying to tell her, come speak to me. And then that was taken. So when that was taken, she sort of then wanted to appease the situation. So then she came over and started speaking to me. Interestingly enough, it was then taken on CNN that she came to hear the people, to listen to their woes. That's her sort of American savior. Like, look at these emotional people. Let us hear them out. That sort of rhetoric that we're so sick of. And so that part, and also the not understanding why there were protests. And then the other thing is everything else was taken off. So, for example, when I talked about the mouthpieces are puppets, basically, because they're just representing U.S. foreign policy that is backing Israel no matter what it does.
No matter what
it does. And that has been exposed because people are suddenly realizing where their tax dollars are going. Why are we paying so much for Israel? There needs to be a revision of its whole history in order to really understand what's going on today. And that's what I believe has dawned on a lot of people in the West, that they really need to check. So what was happening in 1918, 1948? Who is Theodore Herzl? What is this? Why is the state of Israel? Why? So a lot of these questions have sort of started because they're seeing so much bias from Western media. So it's actually funny. The irony is they were trying to hide the truth, and in so doing, it got people curious to look for other outlets, because a lot of people had seen the CNN as the most credible. We'd see it as prestigious. The CNN is prestigious, the BBC is prestigious, the New York Times is prestigious. So obviously whatever they say, it's taken seriously. And that's so dangerous. Because when you call it a war, that in itself is dangerous for the Palestinians. It is an occupation. It was an armed group that attacked Israel and got a reaction out of that did not justify the act that was done. Because Israel has told you it's a war, and you saw the headlines at the very beginning. War, war. Sort of preparing for what's to come.
It's not a war. It's an assault. I mean, Hamas is not. Hamas doesn't have planes. Hamas doesn't even have air defenses. It's just an outright massacre going on.
She gave a little bit there,
and
but
the word war sort of suggest
And
that these are two equal sides when it's really just an occupation.
Journalism 101 is this.
What do you think a responsible media would include
but I don't
when
want
covering
to,
this issue?
A responsible media? That is an excellent question.
Waste time.
Go to Gaza. If the Israeli forces will allow you, go to Gaza.
So what I will do is I will make a commitment
20-year-olds
to know the clip, and then I can isolate the main parts, and then the next time we're together, I will bring you that. It's worth your viewing, I promise. I want to get to this other piece because of, where am I at? Because of something Richard said, and it's not the one I want. Just know that I'm bringing you one, and it would be the bomb, because that's all I do and stuff. But that's all I do. But that's all I do. So, but that's known. It's not what I wanted. I'm gonna have to take us through, but I'm gonna do one, so it's just a full mash up of a bunch of fucking people with the will you condemn? Will you condemn? Do you want to condemn? Bitch, I'm not condemning. I condemn your ass. How about that? I'm condemning you. I do condemn. It's you. I'm there. I condemned. And then it's so funny because one of them, I don't think it's this one. No, it was these brothers that I told you was talking to this white devil that was trying to get them to condemn, and they really put him through the Inquisition. But you saw these people, the comments coming up. I condemn condemning. I condemn mayonnaise. I condemn people asking people to condemn. I mean, it was just ridiculous stuff like. So I'm adding that to something I'm adopting in my own everyday life. Like, everything is Hamas. So like, even my crying earlier, damn it, it was Hamas. When we sat down tonight, I had 2 houseflies I had to kill. Hamas. It was Hamas. It's Hamas. If you're late for work next week, just say it was Hamas. It's Hamas. Everything is Hamas now. Everything is Hamas, because they obviously told us that everything is Hamas. So we will just follow suit. Everything is Hamas. I think I'll try and be with you on this. We'll need this part because it's a fucking commercial and we're over it.
White cloth, so that the people of the Holy Land could.
Oh no, this is I clicked on the wrong line. But I meant to bring you this anyway. This is a short one. You mean advance. When I was telling you that Arab countries, this is what they're sending.
There were trucks and trucks and killed worse than animals.
So we have to get context.
Can you imagine what they sent to their brothers and sisters being
just a
bombed
second.
at the same time? Can you imagine what they were making and sad at the same time? Open the trucks. Times.
It's Hamas.
But when the people of Gaza opened the trucks to help them in their tough times.
Oh my God, for the
but
love
when
of
the
everything.
people of Gaza opened the trucks, what they found was disappointing, heartbreaking. Arabs have been sending trucks of aid to the Holy Land to help them in their tough times. But when the people of Gaza opened the trucks, what they found was disappointing, heartbreaking, and sad at the same time. Can you imagine what they sent to their brothers and sisters being bombed and killed worse than animals with a disease? Shrouds. There were trucks and trucks of shrouds.
That's the word I couldn't get.
White cloth, so that the people of the Holy Land could conveniently bury their loved ones when they would die.
I have done pieces. I think it's here on this channel. I don't think it was on the old channel. I did full pieces showing you how Muslims, how we bury our deceased. And I mention it now because of this word shrouds that I couldn't think of. You know, they always give you the shroud of Christ, the shroud of Christ, which is total fiction. It's a bunch of crap. It's a lie. But I have cited that in the past, saying to you that we know, like, everything that we do now as Muslims, everybody, every prophet that's ever been sent, Allah has only been sending one thing. No matter how they fucked it up and all this down through the ages, we're over that. Fact of the matter is, the way that Muslims do everything now is exactly what all the prophets did, including the son of Mary. And so this shroud becomes important because that's how we wrap our dead now. You understand? When you look at any time they dig up mummies in Egypt, they are wrapped in the shroud. This is Muslim burial. It's Muslim burial. You see? So anyway, just short for this.
كمية أكفان هذولا أكفان عشان يكفنوا الشعب. يقول لك جايبين نوع جديد من الأكفان قطن فاخر يعني جايبين كمية كبيرة. شايف؟ إيش هذا اللي في ايدك؟ هذا كفن يا معلم.
If you put yourself in the shoes of the people
Look
of
at
the
this.
Holy Land and see your loved ones dying in the worst manner, but then your brothers and sisters from the Ummah send you shrouds and water.
Your brothers and sisters from the Ummah. It's Ummah. Again, white people should just stick to the bullshit you speak. Don't try and say anybody else's stuff. Don't.
But then your brothers and sisters from the Ummah send you shrouds and water as aid. All these Arab governments have done ever since the hell has broken loose on these innocent people is giving statements to the media that they condemn this. And while they have no tangible help to offer, they generously...
And I didn't know the full breadth of this because I thought it was just about, I thought it was a generous thing that they were trying to cite, which it is. And fuck this white devil, because I know personally that that's not all that they've sent. Indeed, many of the other countries, Egypt, Syria, I want to say Lebanon, I can name all the countries now, have sent all sorts of aid. In fact, one of the pieces that I brought you was, in a previous sitting, I brought you a white Zionist bitch being interviewed by this interviewer. She was tough on him. And they were talking about, you know, they've been sending all this aid. Are you going to let this in? And he was, we don't control the border with Egypt. But you determine what the shit comes in. You control everything that comes in and out of fucking Gaza. I mean, it was just disgusting. But, and then now this white devil is lying. Like as if they haven't done anything. They just, this is a lie. So we're over this. I'm over it. We're going to go to the one that I wanted to show you. White people, dude. The scourge of existence. I clicked the wrong one some type of way. Maybe the tab moved or something, but this is the one I wanted us to see. And I'm just going to move us along because it's not in successive order the way that I really want it. Let me see why these dogs are barking. Oh, it's one of my neighbors, Alfonso, and his bitch for a niece. I can't.
That's completely useless.
And plus, this one I think is only just Pierce Morgan. I'm saying, like, I want to bring everybody. But this is just Pierce Morgan. And it's like his life fucking job to get you to condemn Hamas. It's sickening. And I'm getting relief because I'm seeing now and viewing people that are really over it. People are really citing it. Like everybody's really picked up on, like, that's all the fuck they ask is, do you condemn Hamas? You have to no, I mean, no, I don't condemn. I don't condemn.
Why? I condemn Hamas. You condemn Israel. Interviews over. What happened?
My house volume.
You want my opinion?
Yes.
Condemning Hamas or condemning Israel?
Yes.
Completely useless. Completely useless.
Why?
I condemn Hamas. You condemn Israel. Interviews over.
Okay.
What happened?
I couldn't hear it, so we have to start over.
It is just. You want my opinion?
Yes.
Condemning Hamas or condemning Israel?
Yes.
Completely useless. Completely useless.
Why?
Why?
I condemn Hamas. You condemn Israel.
And
interviews over. What happened? Nothing. It is.
Even though I cannot stand the fuck out of Pierce Morgan, I will say he's very good at what he does, and I don't mean that as a glowing compliment or to say that what he's doing is a good thing. He's just good at what he does. It's some bullshit, but he's good at it, you know. And I don't know if he does Botox or something, but I never see him frown. And he's got that same straight face that you would know he's British if he never said a word and you didn't know he was. And you just walk past, you'd be like, you must be fucking British, you know. He's a movie. But just observe.
Just checkpoints, like morality checkpoints.
But I've interviewed a lot of pro-Palestinians, for example, some of whom will immediately say, I unreservedly condemn the terror attacks of October the 7th. And
then he always has these other words running. Do you unreservedly condemn? Do you categorically condemn? Condemn. I can't. I'm over the word condemn too, everybody. I'm just over it. I'm just over it. I'm just over it. I'm just over it.
And I think that's it's a position I can completely respect.
Yeah.
But I find it much harder to respect a pro-Palestinian guest on my show if they simply resolutely refuse to say that they can condemn the terror attacks.
Yes.
I find that less worthy of respect.
But you see, this is the...
myself.
Yeah, both of us.
I'm
look at us.
I'm an Irish Catholic.
Look at us. Yeah, two privileged people.
Given that last night you wanted people to condemn what happened last night, in your belief that
given last night you wanted people to condemn. I mean, it's just everything is condemned, dude. Like, I can't with this.
Catholic.
Look at us. Yeah, two privileged people.
Given that last night you wanted people to condemn what happened last night, in your belief that it was an Israeli airstrike, and you were ferocious in demanding that repeatedly, will you now take the opportunity to condemn what Hamas did on October the 7th?
I fucking hate you so much.
22 Arab states convened at the beginning of this.
I need that sister, whoever made that song. I hate you so much right now.
They condemned the killing of civilians from all sides.
Right.
You know what?
Not all sides.
From all sides.
Do you condemn what happened on October the 7th?
Yes.
Why are you so reluctant to condemn?
You asked.
You were the one last night demanding people condemn things.
I'll tell you why. I would be the first to condemn. If I ever saw you asking an Israeli official to condemn, did you ask the ambassador to condemn all the atrocities?
I will be asking.
I'll tell you.
I will be
asking the representative of the ambassador.
No. You had the ambassador before me. You did not ask him to condemn anything.
Then you didn't watch the interview.
I did.
Yeah.
I did.
Okay. Let me ask
I'm
you
not
one
switched
more
over.
time.
I did.
Because I'm not sure if you heard my question.
Oh my God, you gotta be kidding me.
You want my opinion?
Yes.
Condemning.
What are we gonna do? We're gonna do one. I thought it was switched over, y'all. It's a delay. I need to just make sure it's okay. It's switched over.
You want my opinion?
Yes.
Condemning Hamas or condemning Israel?
Yes.
Completely useless. Completely useless.
Why?
I condemn Hamas, you condemn Israel, interviews over. What happened? Nothing. It is just checkpoints, like morality checkpoints.
But I've interviewed a lot of pro-Palestinians, for example, some of whom will immediately say, I unreservedly condemn.
Unreservedly condemn.
And then go on to criticize Israel. And I think that's it's a position I can
Damn it, I'm going with Piers Morgan.
But I find it much harder to respect a pro-Palestinian guest on my show if they simply resolutely refuse to say that they can condemn the terror attacks.
Yes.
I find that I'm not massively well qualified myself.
Yeah, both of us.
I'm
look at us.
I'm an Irish Catholic.
Look at us. Yeah, two privileged people.
Given that last night you wanted people to condemn what happened last night, in your belief that it was an Israeli airstrike, and you were ferocious in demanding that repeatedly, will you now take the opportunity to condemn what Hamas did on October the 7th? I only ask you one more time.
22 Arab states convened at the beginning of this, including my state, my government, and they condemned.
Do you personally condemn it?
They condemned the killing of civilians from all sides.
Right.
You know what?
Not all sides.
From all sides.
Do you condemn what happened on October
Yes.
7th? Why are you so reluctant to condemn?
You asked.
You were the one last night demanding people condemn things.
I'll tell you why. I would be the first to condemn. If I ever saw you asking an Israeli official to condemn, did you ask the ambassador to condemn all the atrocities?
I will be asking.
No, not will be.
I will be asking the representative with the ambassador
You
tonight.
had the ambassador before me. You did not ask her to condemn anything.
Then you didn't watch the interview.
I did.
Yeah.
I did.
Okay. Let me ask you one more time.
I did.
Because I'm not sure if you heard my question.
I will not answer this question unless
He wants to move on now.
No.
Let me ask you
again. You don't
again.
have to answer it.
No, I'll tell you.
But if you're not going to answer it, don't demand that other people condemn things.
No.
And certainly don't ask me to condemn things. If you won't condemn 1,400 people being slaughtered,
Our position.
how can you not condemn what they did?
Our position is very clear. I represent the Palestinian leadership and people. I represent the PLO. That's the sole legitimate representation of the Palestinian people. President Mahmoud Abbas, the government. Hamas is not part of the government.
I know.
Okay, that's number one. Number two, that legitimate representation I represent have committed for 30 years for first non-violence and negotiations. I belong to that camp. You're asking the wrong person. Committed to international resolutions and committed to the recognition of Israel. We recognize the state of Israel long before anyone else. And we still waiting for Israel's recognition of us. And guess what happened in this 30 years? Every political avenue was blocked. Every legal avenue like the ICJ and the ICC is blocked. Every hope for any Palestinian. One-fifth.
Now this next one kills me because they gang up on the sister, and fuck these bitches, man.
1/5.
But I'm not racist against Palestinians.
I just want to ask you a question. So last we left it, you did refuse to condemn Hamas murdering Israelis on October 7th, and it seems as if nothing has changed. But I couldn't help but to think, do you condemn 9/11?
That's such a ridiculous
It's a yes or no.
This is an interrogation of
yes
I'm a
or
New
no.
York City.
Well, actually, it's a simple question.
Of course. No.
And you see, it's 3-on-1. He's the host, but he's trying to act like he's just so neutral now and letting them gang up on her. I saw this whole interview. This is something separate. I saw this before I knew about this that we're saying now. I had seen this, and this Palestinian sister, let their asses have it. Do you understand? At one point, she wouldn't even talk to their ass. She acknowledged any shit they said. She only spoke to goddamn Pierce Morgan's bitch ass. I'm over it. But here they are. But you didn't condemn, and you didn't condemn. Just take it back for context. We'll go on.
Did refuse to condemn Hamas murdering Israelis on October 7th, and it seems as if nothing has changed. But I couldn't help but to think,
fuck you, bitch.
Do you condemn 9/11?
That's such a ridiculous
It's a yes or no.
This is an interrogation of
yes
I'm a
or
New York City.
Well, actually, it's a simple question.
Of course. No. It's a,
Can you stop deflecting questions?
She said, of course.
Ridiculous.
So what is the difference between Israel's 9/11?
I'm not here to. Is she the interviewer or are you?
Actually, she's raising. I think the point she's making, unless I'm wrong, is if you condemn that, why won't you condemn what happened?
Because that was Israel's 9/11.
I'm not here to answer her questions because
can you ask her that for
me?
Well, we did this last week. I will now ask what Emily just asked because it's actually a valid question.
It's Israel's 9/11.
If you're happy to publicly condemn 9/11. Why are you not happy to condemn Israel's 9/11?
You see, they're so obsessed about it. When the only fucking thing on this earth need to be condemned is their white ass.
That's completely
Let me bring in Louise.
absurd.
Let me bring in Louise here.
I found it really shocking. I have to say that your organisation within our lifetime said that it was an act of resistance on October the 7th. I mean,
it was,
that
bitch.
is the most un-Islamic thing I've ever heard in my life.
No, it's not.
The hands of little children behind
that
them,
didn't happen.
covering them in petrol and then
that
burning
didn't happen.
them alive.
That didn't
Please
happen.
tell me, what is resistance about such inhumane torture of kids?
Since you want to bring up Islam, in Islam we believe that the bloodshed of any innocent person is equal to killing all of humanity. And this is something that, we believe. Unfortunately, Palestinians are put in a situation where they're in an open-air prison. What we were celebrating that day is them breaking out of that open-air prison. I don't understand how the world expects
It's one of the reasons why you're not so keen to condemn what Hamas did on October the 7th. Because you're fearful of publicly doing that. Are all Palestinians fearful of speaking out against Hamas, actually? Because there's a very good reason to be fearful.
No, there's no reason to be fearful. My life is not, if anything, living in New York City my whole life, there are many Zionist institutions, including the universities that I attended, and campaigns against me for being pro-Palestinian, including putting my face on trucks to drive around Midtown and Times Square for 2 weeks. Just this summer, calling me a jihadi. So that's what I'm fearful of.
It's not because you're pro-Palestine, it's because you're pro-murder. There's a big difference. We are all pro-Palestinian
White people
liberation
have no
from a
fucking
terrorist
moral
group called
standing
Hamas.
at all.
Apparently everyone here
That's the other thing that
divided
makes
the
this
land,
so
you waged a war,
disgusting.
you
What does that have to do with the
established.
fact
I'm
that
getting
there's a
there.
17
I do not accept killing any civilian, but would you tell me that the Israeli soldiers that have killed today 140 Palestinian children and 105 Palestinian women are also terrorists?
I think that the Israeli people are entitled to defend themselves against what happened in the last 48 hours. I'm not for a moment defending everything the Israeli government's done in the last few decades. Of course, I've always, where it's been justified, criticised what they've been doing. But on this occasion, I'm not interested in playing whataboutery with you. I'm simply asking, I'm simply asking you, do you unreservedly condemn the slaughter of 260 innocent people?
I condemn any killing of any civilian, whether Palestinian or Israeli. But you have to accept that if Israel has the right to defend itself, Palestinians also must have the same right of being able to defend themselves.
But nobody has a right to commit acts of terrorism. We'd agree with that, right?
Would you say, no, I am asking, would you say that we also have the right to defend ourselves as human beings?
I think that there has been an oppression of the Palestinians.
No, they never get, you see, fuck you.
Way too long. I think that there needs to be a peace settlement.
That's not the question.
We finally got there in Northern Ireland.
Yes or no, do Palestinians have the right to defend themselves?
With even half a brain would think the way to get a peace settlement is
conflict.
I will not allow the talking points of the Israeli military to become dominant of what happened on that day. Palestinians are subject to a genocidal war. Collective punishment in Gaza is real.
Let me respond. You are the only pro-Palestinian person I've had on the show in 2 weeks who has tried to make out that this just didn't happen on October the 7th, or somehow
you are
was perpetrated by...
Have me up there.
What I am saying.
Do you, well, I've got 2 questions, they're very straightforward. Do you believe that 1,500 people were slaughtered, including 260 people at a music festival? You're a musician. And secondly, do you condemn the people who did it? They're not
so
difficult
Piers,
questions.
I would like to quote something that you just said to the former spokesperson for the IDF. This was your exact sentence not long ago. You said, it's difficult to tell between combatants and non-combatants. So the implication of what you said was somehow it was understandable that Israel has killed a Palestinian child every 15 minutes in Gaza.
I didn't say that.
For the last. No, but somehow they couldn't tell that those children were not combatants, according to you.
No, I didn't say that.
It's understandable.
I didn't say that, and I have said that it is absolutely appalling.
His face doesn't
number
move.
of children who are dying in Gaza. It's appalling, and it will get worse. I make no bones about that at all.
And I have to say,
you have to start. You have to start surely from a humanity point of view. I can absolutely express my horror at the deaths of Palestinian innocent civilians, as I have done many times over the years. I think it's horrifying. And I think this is why I have a serious problem with the proposed ground invasion, because I think it will create unbelievably large numbers of civilian casualties, and I'm not sure that the strategy will work. But I'm just curious why you, who is, I know you care about people, I know you care passionately about the Palestinian civilians, but you're the only pro-Palestine voice I've had who's even tried to suggest that what Hamas did on October the 7th was not as bad as we think. So is that what you think?
What do we think? But what do we think, Piers? The information is not clear. As I've said to you, all human life is sacred.
Hamas haven't even tried to hide it.
It's sacred. But I'm not trying to hide anything. You're trying to hide something.
No, with respect, you are definitely trying to dissemble here, and I'll explain why. I've given you an opportunity to simply say whether you condemn what Hamas did, which, by the way, they have brazenly boasted about. They posted videos celebrating what they did.
No, they didn't. Nobody saw that. Did anybody see that?
The issue comes that if you can't separate that ongoing dispute between Israel and Palestine from the absolute...
Wait now.
The issue comes that if you...
Someone that could hurt a human being.
But the issue comes that if you can't separate that ongoing dispute between Israel and Palestine from the absolutely appalling barbarism of October the 7th, which was on a whole different scale to anything we've seen, where 1,400 people, Holocaust survivors, babies in their cribs, young women taken, tortured, abused, shot, beheaded. It was.
None of that shit happened. None of it. None of it. I've told you, they always give you rape. They always give you something very savage and barbaric that just was like, but this is in their own fantasies. The whole idea of action movies where you're blowing shit up every 2 seconds is from white people. Horror movies is from white people. Frankenstein, where you create a monster. That's their white ass. And Zionist motherfuckers. Frankenstein, that's a fucking Zionist bitch. You understand? So, anytime they want to make something sound heinous, they always add that there was sexual assault. Give me a fucking break. There's another piece that I'm gonna bring you. Maybe I'll end with it. But it's worth it because the contrast of, I brought you when the first, I don't know, a couple weeks ago, whenever it was, when they released those first ladies, and I showed you the lady when she was, the people that were there to receive her from Hamas. She pulled away from them and went back to shake the hand of the Hamas representative, the Hamas soldier, and said shalom to him. Then they talked about how they ate the same thing that Hamas ate. They weren't given some slop. They were fed the same thing. That women had the feminine products that they needed, and they were treated very well, etc., etc. But then there's one from 2010 where this Malaysian crew, they had 6,000 tons of aid because, again, fucking Israel had bombed the shit out of Gaza yet again, and there was something like, I forget how many boats, 5 or 6 ships, and 6,000 tons of aid, and fucking Hamas, or Israel intercepted them, took them hostage, and how they were treated. People were shot and killed, you feel me, and all this. Hamas is not going to do any of that. There are rules to engagement in war that Allah has laid down for us as Muslims. These are some of the most holy Muslims I'm going to be exposed to in my life is the Palestinians. They are crossing every T and dotting every I. You understand? Especially death is this near to you. So, not that they needed it, but I'm just trying to say that they are inserting their own barbarism into the stories that they tell. You want me to believe that the grown men cut off the heads of babies and set their bodies on fire? A white devil would do that. 100%. I don't need to see any evidence. You tell me it happened, I believe you. Done. But come on, dude. Like, I can't even with these people. I can't even.
Reported and so on. If we can't look at that collectively, and with a general humanity and agreement that that is an absolute atrocity, then there's something wrong with this. And I find that the tribalism on both sides.
Fuck you! Don't give me and it's not on both sides. Fuck you, because you're the one bringing up Holocaust survivors and shit. Like, give a fuck. That shit was in the 1940s. Don't you understand? We still have people. My grandmother, Rahim of Allah, my grandmother, my father grew up on a plantation. They were sharecroppers. My father became the amazing guitarist that he became, taught himself to play on bales of cotton. Don't tell me shit, and I'm his seed. Don't tell me shit. We still got people that still living from the massacre of Greenwood, Oklahoma. That was 3,000 people, bitch. You see, it's just that when a white person gets a hangnail, the entire world is supposed to stop. Fuck that. And that's what they're visiting on these fucking Zionist, fake-ass, demonic, atheistic-ass fucking people. Give me a break.
So toxic and so frenzied that you get people who literally can't. We've had a bunch of actors, right, signing this statement saying they want a ceasefire in Gaza and calling Israel war criminals and so on. But they don't say a word about the Hamas attacks that precipitated this. And I find that
But you
really
agree with
hard,
them, right?
really hard to accept.
But do you agree with them? If they had said, for example, that October 7 attacks were brutal and massacres occurred, and then they said everything else, that Israel is committing war crimes, would you agree with them?
Okay,
See,
this is what I would honestly say about that.
He starts equivocating.
Is Israel not allowed to defend itself?
See,
from the
nah,
worst
bitch,
terrorism?
nah. Just like when every other person I show you, whenever they ask him a direct question that just requires a straight up answer, he goes into some other bullshit. Fuck you.
Attack we've seen since 9/11. Is it not allowed to defend itself
just odd.
after
You said you're not a
1,400 people in Israel
propagandist.
are butchered in that way? And the question then, if you assume that they are able to defend themselves, as any
Pierce,
free
that is
democratic
the,
country,
that is the
then the
Israeli
question
State
becomes,
Department line.
Hassan,
That
let
is
me-
the
let me-
IDF
Wait for it.
line. That is
Hassan,
the line that everyone
Hassan, let me ask you
channels.
this. It then becomes a question of how can they defend themselves? If their mission now is to get rid of Hamas, a terror organization that's committed one of the worst acts of terror ever seen, if that is their stated aim, then what they are doing is consistent with that, isn't it?
We're not even talk about the dropping of 2 bombs on the Mood movement in Philadelphia in 1984. Just not going to even get into that because I'm sure that doesn't match up as a barbaric terroristic act when you drop bombs on some civilians that hadn't done anything to anybody at all. You feel me? I mean, listen, as I've said before, they've done the same thing that these fucking gay people have done. We really didn't give a fuck about you at all, really. We didn't wish ill on you or anything, just won't give a fuck. But you've put yourself on the radar in a way where we now cannot stand the fucking sight of you. Because you're trying to force yourself over on everybody else like you're so fucking special and shit. And you can kiss my entire ass. Do you understand? And so that's what they've done. Nobody really cared. Everybody kind of had whatever fucked up ideas they had about Israel and all the other bullshit. But now people are just like, you know what? Fuck these people, dude. Like, I mean, you're not all that. You're not. And you're trying to be like as though, and you know, and then you're trying to force everybody else to proclaim that you're as though, and you're not. You know, like that's what it is. Like I can't. I don't have no sympathy at all.
Here's why.
And, you know, even when I was in high school, my drunken ass lesbian bitch from hell, fossilized bitch, Miss Dixon, the bitch was a man. Do you understand what I'm telling you? She was very frail, and time for class to start. She always reeked of fucking alcohol, and I bring her now because this bitch had us reading the Diary of Anne Frank. I didn't know anything about what I know now as far as it relates to this whole cabal of Zionism and Jews and the bullshit. But even then, I just was not into that assignment. I didn't give a fuck about Anne Frank. Why do I have to read this book about this bitch? I can't. You feel me? So we had this little thing in our class where if it's something we weren't into, or a lot of people some people were into it but just didn't get it done or whatever. So when you get to class early and the teacher ain't there yet, everybody be like, did you read it? Did you read it? I didn't read it. I didn't finish it. So we'd always be like, I read it but I didn't understand it. Because that means the bitch got to start over. So it's a tactic we used to use all the time. Did anybody read, who finished the assignment? And you'd be like, I read it but I didn't understand it. And then somebody else would be like, yeah, I looked at it and I started, but I didn't understand it. Like, that was our ultimate excuse. I didn't understand. I didn't understand it. I'm telling you, it got us out of so much stuff. But I didn't know, because I would have, if I knew then what I know now, I would have been like, I'm not doing this fucking assignment. You can kiss my entire ass. Because why are you pushing this fucking little European girl over on my life? What is her significance to my education? For what? I'm not doing it. I know that would have been my reaction. I know me.
This is actually an abject failure, and this is not just my perspective.
Okay,
on
he
the
doesn't.
matter.
I guess he's not going to get to it in here.
With a
I
Twitch
thought he was going to, but do you condemn?
Live reacting to the news and trying to make sense of everything as it's ongoing. I usually have a policy of not covering breaking news, and sometimes that policy is violated But ultimately, I am not held up by the same journalistic standards, even though I think I do a much better job than most other news outlets in general. So let me just say this really quickly. You said Israel has a right to defend itself. Absolutely zero people think that this is a ridiculous statement. However, how Israel is defending itself is collective punishment. Now,
well, just
collective punishment
with
in the
Jake
form of
Huger,
depriving
because he at
2.2
least had some
million
fire in his
people of
belly.
electricity, collective punishment in the form of depriving them of
Like I said, I'll do
water,
my own mashup of
crimes,
being
those acts of
condemned.
violence, those acts of collective punishment.
Well, honestly, I didn't expect the framing that you put on this segment, and it's framing like that. That's disgusting. So I don't see what this has anything to do with anti-Semitism. I formed Young Turks and TYT.
Before we get to him,
Jewish
your
friends
girl,
who are
because
some
I
of my
mentioned her in this context
friends.
a minute ago, the same chick that I just showed
How
you.
that is going to do
That was like, I'm not wasting time on that. Like,
any peaceful resolution to this. I think it will have the opposite effect.
when he asked her, did she want to change? Did she want to apologize to the fucking CNN whore?
I'm not going to waste my time talking about the report with Clarissa because this takes away from the point. You mentioned before there was a deadlock in the debate. There's no deadlock in the debate. There is terror in the debate. You are unable to debate with Israel because what's happened so far is we're witnessing the sick relationship.
She just went on like, fuck the Clarissa bitch. I'm not here to talk about that. Like, not wasting time, and went straight into
the United States and Israel, where basically the United States has given a permission for Israel to have genocide on ground. And what's happened is we're seeing no one can say no to Israel. The United Nations isn't able to say no to Israel without repercussions. Media figures aren't able to say no to Israel without repercussions. So what ends up happening is that you're basically raising a spoiled brat you're unable to say no to, that has now grown up to be a sociopath. And let me reiterate that the relationship between the United States and Israel is putting the world in jeopardy. So what we're witnessing now is a serious issue where both parties need to reassess their relationship. I understand that Biden, because he's pitted his own people against each other and wasted billions of dollars giving them to Israel instead of looking at his own homeless, his own medical care issue, his own student loans issue. So a lot of American people are also extremely angry, and they're also looking at unfair coverage. The reason this video has gone so viral, one, it's alarming that it's gone so viral, because what should be going viral is the footage that we are witnessing out of Palestine, out of the occupied territories, of children being massacred. It's not a war. A war assumes that both parties are on equal footing.
Okay, I hear you. What I would say in response to that is that on October the 7th, Hamas, who are the ruling authority in Gaza, committed an act of such heinous terrorism.
He has to come up with something very, like, it was the worst thing every time he mentions the shit.
100 people, including 260 people at a music festival.
In 1948,
let me finish, Rahma, let me finish.
What happened
let me just
then?
ask,
what
let me
about
just say,
the militia?
Rahma, let me just ask you the question.
No,
you have to let me ask a question. I've been very polite to you and respectful. I've let you have your say. I'm going to say something now to you, and you can respond.
Bear in mind there's a delay, so this isn't exactly the easiest debate to have.
Well, that's why I said at the start, why don't we let me ask questions, you answer them, and that's the way this can proceed in a respectful manner. I would simply say to you that I've had a number of pro-Palestinian voices on this program in the last 2 weeks, and a number of pro-Israel voices. Many of the pro-Palestinian people I've had on have been very quick to condemn what Hamas did on October the 7th. Some have not. What's your position? Before we get to what you just said to me about what Israel has done and what America's doing and so on, what is your view as someone in Egypt about what happened right on your border there in Gaza by Hamas against Israel?
This is Cricut Maker 3, the ultimate smart cutting machine. Like all our machines, it helps you make really cool stuff.
Will you condemn? Will you? No, I don't condemn. And again, as I've said to you, they always want to start the story at the part that absolves them of their guilt. Like, it doesn't matter what the fuck happened on October 7th, which nothing happened. But had there anything that would have happened is insignificant, because we can start at the Nakba in 1948, and we have decades of murdering and fucking genociding people the fuck out. I think what we could possibly end on, Lord, do I have it? I know I have it. You know, as I've told you, they literally go into people's house. There's just, if I don't want to start telling you about it if I can't find it. No. And by the way, no need to vote this cycle. I don't vote. I won't be voting anymore, everybody. I don't. This is no longer my country. Do you understand? I'm not interested in being involved in the political process here anymore, obviously. But I would say to my people, there is no need to vote. And we've already fulfilled the honor of the sacrifice of our ancestors who made valiant moves and sacrifices so that we could vote. You know, we did that. But we should be over this, because ultimately what African people should be looking at in this country, which is going to be an impossibility until your character changes. When your character changes, unity will be as natural as breathing to you. And when that happens, then we will put up our own candidate. We could force a third party. You know, right now you have Cornel West out there running. Well, it's on some bullshit party that we didn't produce. We can name this party whatever the fuck we decided, and then all black people know we're supporting that candidate, because the day is coming. The moment you have a Muslim candidate, a full Muslim candidate, like with not like Ilhan Omar, God love her, and Rashida Tlaib and all these people, I don't really see Islam in them all like that. Just keeping it 100. But when you have a very disciplined Muslim who comes, and it will happen, because if you can have a black man be president, anything can happen. Because once we open the door, that means anybody can do it. Until we do it, that means nobody can do it. Once we can do it, that means anybody can do it. That's anything, you see. And so once you have a serious Muslim candidate for president in this fucking country, every Muslim in this bitch will support that candidate. We don't have to call each other and cajole, and there won't be a need for that. Every Muslim will support him. Every single Muslim, guaranteeing damn near a win. So if we did that as African people, just said we're going to form our own shit, and we groom our candidates. This is what you're going to, and then we fund them. Because we have the money, we fund them. So when they get in the office, we're the fucking lobby. We're the fucking special interest. We're the super PAC and all the bullshit. So you do exactly what we said. A huge threat. We could crush the entire fucking political system in this bitch. African people could do that. African people could do that tomorrow. But there's no need for you to vote ever again in this country, because it's all bad from here out. Biden, first of all, never was president as far as I'm concerned, because of all the shenanigans that the Democrats pulled to get rid of Bernie. Every poll on earth showed that Bernie Sanders beat Trump easily. It was not an issue. But they wanted everything but Bernie. Now they want you to lick the ass of this so-called fucking Jews, this Israel bullshit, when you had a whole Jewish candidate that you deliberately moved heaven and earth to fuck up his win in 2016 and 2020, bitch, you have no credibility. Because they're all evil. They're just fucking devils, man. They're not connected to Judaism. They're not connected to anything, quite frankly. You feel me? So Biden is some bullshit. He didn't deliver to African people when he had to acknowledge that it was African people who got his bitch ass elected. You feel me? He needed that black vote. And if he didn't have that fuck booty ass James Clyburn in South Carolina with his bullshit, he never would, it was over for him. Now he's unpopular across the earth. I watched a group of leaders going into something, and they all look strong, no matter what their ages. They all look strong. But there he was. He looked like the only fucking fossil walking in the bitch. And many of these leaders are as old as him and all of that, but they still look strong and vibrant and all of that. And like a leader, he just looked like a frail fucking bitch that just got out of the fucking convalescent home some type of way, and they're looking for him. Like All Points Bulletin and shit. He's just been on an ego trip. As I prophesied for you before he was ever even selected, I said to you when he was still running, when his campaign was still alive, because he was only alive for about 5 minutes. And I told you how many times he had run for president. He was a failure every single time. This is a personal endeavor for him. And for 4 years, at least, you're going to have to hear, my father said to me, Joey, father said to me, I didn't want to hear that shit for 4 years. Joey, fuck Joey. You're not Joey. You understand? You're an old-ass, fossil-ass bitch. Joey. I mean, he's in some fantasy. This is the guy who wrote the 93 crime bill. Wrote it. And this is the dude we supposed to think that black folks so in love with. Our people, we still have our people still in prison right now because of his bitch ass. Because of him. You could draw a direct line. Tyrone to fucking Joe Biden's bitch ass. That alone is enough. You never listen. If I'm a very loyal human being. Loyalty is a must for me. You can't know me if you're not loyal to me. But that's what I give back. Do you understand? And if we just had loyalty, like that sense of you fucked over one of us, you fucked over all of us, and we all done with your bitch ass. If we just had a slice of that, that would move mountains for us. So it's just it's a bucket list. It's a personal endeavor, whatever you want to call it, for his bitch ass to even be, to be running, and then the Democrats shutting everybody out like nobody else is going to be considered. Just he is our candidate and shit. So you shit on us in 2016, you shit us in 2020, technically you shit on us in 2000 because Bush said he won and Al Gore went okay and just kind of walked the fuck away basically. We weren't done with the count. He didn't really contest the Supreme Court ruling or nothing. I mean, it was just they have fucked us over, but that's what but if I wasn't clear, I was definitely clear in 2016 and 2020. I'm like, it's one party in this bitch. It's just one. They playing good cop, bad cop. One. And this issue shows it again because I don't give a fuck what else they divided on. They're 100% united on fucking Israel. Meanwhile, they can just pull $14 billion out of their ass to just fucking give Israel just on the fly. I don't know how many billions we're up to now with fucking Ukraine, but you can't get fucking universal health care. Well, how'd you going to pay for it? How are you going to pay for it? These are all fantasies. Bernie wants all this, and hey, there's no way to pay for it, and all this fantasy, and it's socialism and all this bullshit. Here we sit waiting for fucking reparations, bitch. No money? How would we do it? And taxpayers, and fuck you. You find money, you create money out of fucking dust when you got some shit you want to do. So it's just a game. They just fucking playing with your dick. You feel that like I'm over it. I'm over it. Don't vote in this bitch no more. Cause what are they trying to give you? If you don't vote for him, then you're supposed to go and vote for Trump? No. And it don't have to be Trump. Just no Republican any damn way. Nah. And a lot of black men are going to Trump. No, that's not true. And I saw somebody do a breakdown that was very thorough. And one of the things that they were citing, among others, was that this pool of people they're polling is not folks that we will consider black folks any fucking way. It's like Candace Owens type people and shit like that. So it's nothing. Black people are not voting for Republicans. Like, kiss my ass. So that's that. And then as I'm proclaiming to you, there is no need to vote for Democrats at all. They've shown their true colors, who they really are. You won't trust their ass no farther. You can fucking throw them. Why are horns blowing? But whatever is going to happen anyway. You know, some shit is just going to happen. Would benefit you because it's just a policy that's in place, and some shit they're just going to do because they can't avoid it. But there's never going to be a specific, we're going to do this for black people. Like, and be treated as the sacred class of people that we are. We don't get any of that respect at all. We don't get it. And so it's time to just stop supporting political parties. Don't feel like you have to vote. And don't feel like that if you don't vote, things won't go your way. Shit ain't gonna go your way no way. It's not. We've seen that. Name me any president who has been in office that first, well, that's too easy because it's like wasting your time. You know, there's been no president that's gotten office and said, I'm doing specifically for black people. You know, and some of it we sabotage ourselves because we don't have industry, we don't have business, and the little that we do have, we're not unified. We don't form conglomerates, and you know, things like that. So there's no unified power. It's like a chain. If you just got one link, you think I got a link, but you still some bullshit because you need a whole fucking chain for it to be powerful. We don't have that. We don't have it. Best thing you can do is find you some type of hustle and get the fuck out this bitch. That's what you can do. And fight like hell to keep these motherfucking white demons out of fucking Africa. That's the magic move, everybody. Things are not going to be changing for African people here unless by some miracle we begin to articulate the things that I know we need as a people. You know? It's not going to happen. You just can't get people to step up. And then we're losing the battle every day because instead of children being raised under the tutelage of somebody like me who's going to let them know this motherfucking white devil is the enemy of all of humanity, but specifically your black ass. You will not befriend them. You will not be bringing them home. You will not be dating them. You will not be marrying them. This is how you're going to treat them. Blah, 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 blah. And change because the door is just wide. The door's off the hinge. They just have all this access to us, our children, from the time we're still in 2023. Young little kids that are just little wiggles are going to school and having some fucking problem with some little fucking white kid in fucking 2023 because the white man's the devil and they're raising their children that way. You feel me? So it's not changing. It's not. It's not. We have to segregate. You understand? You can live in this country and be totally segregated. You don't need legislation or any official fucking procedure to do the shit. Just black folks self-segregating and deciding I'm not dealing with a bitch ass. Nah. You feel me? And the shit that I do with them, it's a necessary business transaction. It doesn't insert them in my life or whatever, and that's it. Because that's what everybody else does. They come here and they access it, but they're in their own communities. You know where the fuck they at. You feel me? And they just building and doing their thing in their own culture. It always kills me when I hear immigrants of any stripe come to this place. You know, we came here with nothing and we were able, bitch, guess what? When we came here, there was nothing, bitch. You feel me? At least there was some shit. You came here with nothing. When we came here, there was nothing. So let's just understand the differentiation there. You feel me? And they just come and they leaps and bounds because of their unity. How they do everything, how they structure business, how they structure everything they do. That's it. There's a new market that opened up in my area, I'll just say, because it's across town. Another Latino supermarket. And I went in there to behold it. and really just to congratulate whoever the manager was going to be, because yet the Latinos have done it again. I can't hate on it. You feel me? And I see this little, I talked to the security guard, and I think this little, then I see some little Spanish lady come, and I was like, I was asking, we were speaking in Spanish, I was asking, is that the manager there? And he was like, no, he's coming right there. And I don't see him, like, because I see this tall brother. I'm like, I don't know who's he talking about. It turns out the brother is the one. So it's even gotten to the point, they're so saturated here in California that now they can go ahead and start, like, because they used to keep their business all to themselves without any fucking apology. You're a black ass, always want to try and show that you're nice and shit. Fuck that. That's the exact time when you make the decision to go the opposite direction and say, only us in this bitch. You feel me? That's when, because that's the difference between success and all the shit we've had up till now. This is the dividing line. That's where it is. Right there. You make a decision to either continue the shit that we've been wallowing in up till now, or we're going to do something different. And believe in and trust your damn people. That's it. But we just fucking won't do it. Won't. You understand? Won't. Won't. It's important to use that word. And so therefore, you saw even in as recently as 2020, when the whole thing rode on Nevada, and it was all about the service workers, the service unions in Nevada, which are all fucking Latino. You feel me? Even Obama, si se puede, si se puede. Everybody got to suddenly speak Spanish and shit to cater to their bitch ass. I'm not mad at them. I'm just saying, you need to look at that and go, well, they're doing something we're not doing. Immigration is always a fucking issue. Always, because of their ass. We don't have any issue. They're like, well, we have to do this because black people, we have to. Because we're not doing shit. We don't have language. That's a big downfall for us. But there's things we could do to compensate for that. You see? And we just won't do it. Then you add Christianity to that, which sucks the soul out of you. Makes you a weak, empty fucking vessel. You got nothing left. You got no real connection to the divine. Because they give you some hocus pocus ghost story that you've taken as holiness. And it's absolutely not fucking holy. At all. At all. It's at all. It's a riddle. It's a fucking fairy tale. It's a few things. But that affects the character of African people. 100%. They know this. Why do you think they've been using Christianity as a tool? We have the history on it. Even going back to when the slave ships are at the shore. When they bring you down to the water, they take your ass in that fucking chapel and indoctrinate you into Christianity right before you get on the goddamn boat. Like they cared? No, they know this sucks the life out of you. Because when you have a real connection with the divine, you think, act, speak, and do everything just like this. This is what that produces when you're not a fucking Christian. This is what's produced. This right here, sitting in front of you. This. You look at the example of Martin Luther King and Malcolm X. What was the difference? One was a fucking Christian, one was a Muslim. Which one said, I fear we've integrated our people into a burning house. Oh my God, run for the hills. And the other one telling you the white man's the devil. Don't have shit to do with their ass. And on and on. You see? My people, you don't have the same luxury as everybody else on anything. Our history, our entire existence is like no other people ever to exist in the history since Allah said be to the universe. And so therefore, everything that we do can't be like anybody else. We can't. We can't. We can't. Every Asian that comes to this bitch, it's their business. You don't even go there and try and get a job. As soon as you see them, you don't even apply. You don't need to. No. Because you know you're not. No. Well, it needs to be the same way with us. It's us. It's our shit. Too many motherfuckers, even these motherfuckers on YouTube. sell their ass because they think they're not going to get a big channel if they're not nice to fucking white people. I got to 23,000 fucking subscribers with your black ass, while every day proclaiming the white man is the devil and don't come to my fucking channel. I don't need your goddamn support. Because I know the power of us. I'm not conflicted at all. It takes some wrangling and you gotta stress the fuck out. But it can be done. It can be done. It can be done. You see? But we have to know that. You know? It is part of one of our religious creeds, ordained by the one who created us all, that a Muslim is never to strike another Muslim. You're not going to see two Muslims fighting. It's just, you're not going to see that. Unless one of them is not a Muslim and is masquerade or something. It would have to be some extraordinary shit. It is a religious creed ordained by Allah that a Muslim does not strike another Muslim. Just think if we had that. Gone is this ammunition they have of black on black crime, because we never fucking strike each other. We always have each other's back, no matter what. Think if we had that. If we would do that. Because we have it. We just don't do it. We can have anything that I'm talking about. If we would just do it. Just do it. And we won't. We won't. We won't. We won't even do the shit that doesn't cost us. You understand? I sat with 23,000 subscribers. When I would see channels that were flailing, I knew if I could just get my people in one video, say everybody go over, and even if you don't watch the person's content, go over and subscribe. That means today they could be where I'm at. Right then they could be from 0 to 23,000 today. Just like me. You feel me? God loved the faithful and the ones who cooperated on any level for anything. Who is this? Is this uncle? No. I got a new next door neighbor. I ain't seen him yet. He's kind of scarce. It's a brother. I don't know what we're gonna get. And he doesn't look tall enough to be that dude. So I don't know. I don't know what's going on. It's very mysterious. Very sketchy. Yeah, man. But don't vote, everybody. Don't vote. Don't vote. Joe Biden is not worth it. You're not getting anything for your vote. You're not. And there's no... White people are evil and fucked up and demonic no matter if Joe Biden is in office or if Trump is in office. It really doesn't make a difference. It don't. It don't. It don't. And as long as white people are voting at all, it's always going to be a problem because they fuck everything up for everybody. They voting on these dumbass issues that don't put any fucking money in your pocket or food on your table. Dumb shit. That shouldn't even be a part of the fucking political conversation at fucking all. A woman's right to choose. Where do you stand on pro-life? And fuck you, bitch. That's between that chick and God. Move to the shit where I get a check. You feel me? I mean, no. I'm over it. You can waste your time if you feel like you want to. But there's no future in it. And when we can't have our own candidate, then you should identify people that we could influence that would do what we say. This chick, Marianne Williamson, is out there running. She would be good for us. She would be good for black people. Do you understand? And they know that. You see, she's a white bitch, but she can be controlled. So, just like these special interests come in, they control Congress people and control presidents and senators and the bullshit. We could do the same thing, bitch. You want to vote because you don't have no chance of being president. You know they're not letting you on MSNBC, and they're letting you on CNN. You're not getting on Fox. They're not really hollering at you. They trying to act like you don't exist. And if you want to be president, we can make that happen for you. You want to come in here and talk to us for a minute? You feel me, just you feel me? And you snatch that bitch into fucking shape. This is what you're gonna do, bitch. And we will put out the word, and every black person in this bitch is going to vote for you. Because when we vote, we win. We're just not making any demand. And we have to pray for the deaths of all black representation that we have now, because they don't represent us. And they all need to be replaced by voices like this, who know we're there as a mole. We're here for black people, bitch. Please understand. If it ain't black, we're not doing it. You could, I mean, we could take this fucking place over, man. This is how white people are extreme minority in fucking South Africa and run everything. This is how they're extreme minority in Palestine and they run everything. And we could keep going down the list. That's why I say you let one of the bitch ass in, you just ruined it. They will be running it very soon. You know, I bitched out. I don't know how far we're in now, you guys, so I'm going to start landing. I'll read your comments and we'll land. But I brought you some not too long back, but it's been a minute. I learned that in Ghana, which by the way, I'm so glad I didn't pick Ghana, everybody, because ever since Allah has been showing me everything to let me know why Ghana was absolutely not the country for me. And I would have been a hot ass. But I learned in Ghana that they had some white kid representing them in unicycle or some bicycling or some kind of cycle something. And this one motherfucker's up there interviewing them, and then I learned that there's a white community in the part of Ghana that I was trying to go to, Timale. It's in the northern region. That's where the Muslims are most heavily concentrated. And so, but there's white devils there. I didn't know that. So I found that out on this particular day. And this shit, that they had this white kid representing the nation of Ghana in this international competition. And I typed to him, you know, because he was interviewing me and being very glowing, because, you know, a lot of Africans still have that white glow and still think the white man is every fucking thing. They need to be slapped. First educated and then slapped if they don't take to the education. And, you know, of course he comes back that kumbaya bullshit. What does it matter? And fuck you. He didn't say fuck you. Just like, what does it matter? This type of bullshit. And I was like, because today he's representing you in the cycling. Tomorrow he's the president of the fucking country. That's why it matters. You see? I mean, I can't, man. I cannot. So don't vote. Don't vote. Because you're wasting your time. Don't even give Joe Biden another term, because you're not getting shit for it. You not. He didn't even keep his first promise. He claimed when he got in there we was going to get $2,000. It's on the way. And then we get like, I don't remember what it was now. It wasn't 2,000, bitch. You feel me? It wasn't. And so even that was some bullshit. Suddenly Kamala turned exotic and shit. You know, first she was going to be a black woman. I wasn't feeling the bitch from the beginning. Too much cackling, way too much, just I can't. And then suddenly she turned exotic. You feel me? So, I mean, there's nothing there. Neither one of them are I forget that he exists until something dumb happens. He falls off a bike or trips up the fucking stairs to something. Or, you know, it's never, I don't really feel like the president is in the country, you know, like the presence of that. I don't even remember that Jill Biden is the first lady. The bitch is not glamorous. She's like, God love her, but like, it don't mean nothing. Like, it's just, there's nothing going on there. There's nothing. It's just reports of shit that happens, and I don't care, you know. Yeah, it's a done deal, you know. If he does, which he's not going to beat Trump, that's 100% true, Biden will not win. Will not win. But if you need a fantasy, and so you need to imagine that he won, then he will not complete his second term. He will either be stricken by a medical issue or he will croak and die. That's going to be 100% true, and I will come back and do my I told you so video. Meanwhile, Trump will win unless the Democrats come to their fucking senses and let Joe Biden debate other candidates. Even if he doesn't want to debate, fine. At least let the other people debate as legitimate Democratic candidates. You got John F. Kennedy John F. Kennedy Jr. You have the Marianne Williamson chick. Cornel West is not a fucking consideration because I don't think he has the physical stamina to be president. And then there's way too much. He just does not have the sort of je ne sais quoi that one needs. You have to see a potential president in full context. So now he's sitting down with, Xi Jinping, or he's sitting down with, somebody from a foreign nation, and his posture is even bullshit. If that's your posture, that's your posture. But there's certain things when you need to raise to the occasion of what this requires. His posture is bullshit. The way he sits, he's always sitting like lean forward, and he's always rocking, and everybody's brothers and sisters, and he's way too fucking professorial and hierarching with his language and shit, and that fucking mustache needs to be trimmed back. I cannot do it. Do you understand what I'm telling you? I can't. No on fucking Cornel West's bitch ass. He's too dowdy, and I feel like he's a turncoat, and he's too light-skinned. Only a little more melanin in there, because the darker the melanin, the more chance of anger and resistance that should be in the vestibules of one's soul as a black man, certainly. And we just don't have that there. We just don't have it. So he's out. Don't vote for Cornel West. Don't do it. Don't do it. He's just not. He just doesn't have it. He's right up there with Jesse and Al Sharpton. They didn't have it. They just didn't. We couldn't understand what the fuck Jesse was saying. We couldn't understand what the fuck Al Sharpton was saying. Even when we could, he was just too much of a fat ass in that fucking processed hair. Like, I don't even believe you. Like, you need to be believable in any role that you're doing in anything. Like, I don't even believe you, so that won't work. I don't believe you. Imagine the fucking full presidential motorcade that's 18 blocks long pulls up, and his fat ass steps out. Well, he wasn't a fat. Well, he's not a fat ass now, but just that steps out. I don't believe you. Whatever you want to say about Clinton, that was a fucking presidential ass fucking piece of shit. He was, dude. I believed him. Like, you just yeah, you must be president and stuff, huh? And he perfected that pursing that chin to look real concerned about shit, and squinting them eyes, and really just looking. I mean, fuck you, but it was convincing. Like, fuck you, but it's believable. Damn it, I believe you. He had it. You gotta be presidential. You gotta be presidential. You gotta believe you. I don't believe Cornel West. I don't believe you. I don't even see you stepping out of the fucking presidential limousine. You feel me? I mean, I could see me stepping out of it, but that's old. That's old. That's old. You feel me? And there's nobody else. There's Marianne Williamson, John F. Kennedy Jr., and Cornel West. Oh, and Cenk Uygur from the Young Turks is running. But he says out loud, like, I'm just a spoiler candidate. Like, he doesn't think he can win. He's not really trying to win. He would like to win, but he's not like, I'm going to win this. Like, it's just like, I'm literally getting into this shit to scare the Democrats, and that I will fucking at least take some votes from goddammit Joe Biden. Because he's got several million subscribers on that Young Turks. He's a known quantity. He even ran for some kind of seat here in California, and he didn't make it some type of way, whatever. But yeah, Joe Biden is over. Everybody is sick of seeing that. You can't believe anything he says. He steps to a podium, and anything he's gonna say is been pre-scripted for him. There's no I don't really care about all that so much. But I'm just like adding this on top of the fact that you don't have no eye for black people, and you're not here to do shit for us. So fuck that and everything else that you represent, and you. You understand? Yeah, don't do it, everybody. Don't waste your time. It's not worth it. There's nothing to vote for. There is nothing to vote for. And you don't need to vote against something, because they tried that dog and pony show in 2020. Like, don't vote for Donald Trump, like scaring you with that. Them and the media, they're hoping that happens now, but they don't really need the scare tactic, because Joe Biden is just not desirable. So people are just going to stay the fuck home, People aren't gonna. They ran and voted. Many people ran and voted for Trump because they were pissed off about Bernie Sanders. Do you understand? I didn't vote for Trump, but I didn't vote because I was pissed off about Bernie Sanders. Like, that was the dude, and y'all fucked it over on purpose, out in the open. Kiss my ass. You will not get my vote anymore. I'm done with you. But that don't mean I'm gonna run to Trump. You feel me? My grandma ain't raised no fool. She ain't do that. You saw what she raised. You see what she raised. So don't do it. Don't do it. And till the last day of this fucking country, white people are still looking for their white savior. They need to have whiteness still be verified and validated and shit. And that's what Trump represents for them. Don't go for this. He speaks his mind. Bitch, I speak my mind. What? What? You feel me? No, you just like the bullshit he's saying. You understand? Because he's the same racist white devil that you are. Don't give me. I just like that he speaks his mind as if he's the only person on earth that ever happened. Meanwhile, you villainizing Alejandria Ocasio-Cortez, who used to speak her fucking mind. So let's not get into speaking minds. Let's just not do that. Let's not do that. Suggest facts, not in evidence. Move to strike. Let's see. Let's read your comments. And we can land everybody. I don't know how long we're in. I don't know. Yeah, we're definitely on the land. Gear it down. Seats in the upright position. For tomorrow for me is phone calls and laundry. If I can get through that kind of early, we may get together again tomorrow, everybody. Where am I at? I read that by Righteous. Excuse me. Oh, I was at Richard. Let me find Richard. Where is Richard? Okay, Corindle. Wow, I wish I knew how to do that. When I see clients online and typing, it looks weird, like I'm never looking at the client. I use two screens and it doesn't help. What are you talking about, Corindle? You wish you could do what? Am I doing something you wish you could do? Talk to me. Tell me what's happening. I don't understand. Richard, as I was leaving my comment, I had Pierce Morgan in mind. He's very unpopular here in the UK. Wow. I sensed that. I don't know if I knew that outright, but I feel like I knew that some type of way. Just from the shows that he's been a part of there and things that I've seen. Yeah, he's you know, I can't with the dude, man. I can't. He's a specific type of evil. I don't even know how to even categorize it. Andrea Smith, shout out to you, Queen. And I called you. Shiro, a soulless creature. They are. Yes. I love that, soulless. I love how you wrote that. Yes. Yes. Yes, Queen. J9, a big shout out to you this evening. Wow. Good to see your name. Deidre Dale, shout out to you. Hello, Jedi. I agree what you are saying about Joe Biden, but I was surprised at his minor pushback against Israel. I have yet to see a U.S. president do that. It's not. We won't give him credit for that, Deidre, because as Dr. King said when he was quoting Dante, the hottest places in hell are reserved for those who, in a time of moral crisis, maintain their neutrality. And so we have this burned into our psyche now footage of him repeating with and stressing out the words, make there be no mistake, we 100% stand with Israel. Anything he's doing now is because they're getting to his old fart smelling ass and saying, you know, it's all looking bad. They're looking at numbers. You understand? I'm seeing reports and data that he's losing the black vote. That the numbers when they're polling now don't look good for him. You know, and black people was his saving grace. So that doesn't look good. And white folks don't really want him, especially not the ones that really count, if you will. So anything that he did now later to try to capitulate to the pressure is too late. That's like the house is on fire. You knew about the shit when it was just in the living room. You knew about it. And now you showing up when the whole shit is ablaze and we're supposed to give you credit for showing up to the fire? I doubt it. Take your shit. Too late, Biden. Too late. And indeed, there is a president that stood against Israel, if you will. He didn't become president, but a little man called Bernie Sanders. Because everybody has to go to AIPAC when you're running for president and lick the ass of Israel and pledge your allegiance. Bernie Sanders is the only candidate in history that did not go to fucking AIPAC to make a speech at all. Told them to kick rocks. Kick rocks. Go me. Sandra, that part. And you go on and say, I have never voted for any of those damn demons, and I am so damn glad. J9, remember they sue us for doing anything just black. Yeah. But we're over that. And if we had the proper people in place, because like I say, we're in every sector of their society. If we were a virus, we could take over tomorrow. It's like that. You see, but when you get the right support infrastructure in place, then you have people that write legislation that make us a protected class. You understand? And just like the fucking Chinese got pushed down for 5 fucking minutes in this bitch and still got a check. You understand? Suddenly, that's us. We just got these go along as Negroes. And until you have infrastructure support that is Muslim, like I always tell you, you don't have any Muslims representing black people at all. You don't have it. You don't have it. Everybody up there is a fucking Christian. All that Congressional Black Caucus, all that bullshit is nothing but funky ass Christians with no soul who love everybody and don't think the white man's the devil and wants to get along. Fuck that. That model didn't work for us and it got Dr. King killed. Don't we learn? I'm over it. Son. Hell yeah. Oh, J9. You're right. She's talking to J9. J9. The Fearless Fund. AJ Wishman sued them. The Fearless Fund. A Jewish man sued them. I don't know who the Fearless Fund is. And he was probably a Zionist because any Orthodox Jew, I can't imagine doing this, quite frankly, because they understand and respect our suffrage and our history. A recent contemporary example of this, as I shared with you, there was some Orthodox Jews that were on Capitol Hill. They were out there. It was a small group of them. There wasn't like some big number. It was just a few of them. And they were out there with their signage and their shit to, denouncing Zionism, denouncing Israel. And here comes the fucking Hebrew Israelites with all their yelling and bullshit and condemning. And you could see these Orthodox Jews could see their ignorance, their lack of understanding, but also understood what they didn't know. So they knew to just shut the fuck up. And they could not have been kinder. They didn't offer any resistance. It was just a very respectful. It was the Hebrew Israelites who were out there starting all the shit and doing all the shit as they always do. But I'm just saying the reaction of these Orthodox Jews was admirable. You know, they're not trying to get in the way. It's the Zionists that do that shit. It's the Zionists when these rappers and entertainers think I have a Jewish lawyer, I have a Jewish accountant. No, you have a fucking Zionist. You don't have a Jewish anything. Just because their name is Klein or Goldstein or some bullshit, you have a Zionist. You don't have a Jew. You don't have it. You don't have it. She baby, what's up? Long time no see your name. Hello Jedi. Happy I was able to catch you live. I hope you have been well. Stay strong, brother. Thank you for that, she baby. Thank you. Thank you. And so good to see you. Go on to say Cornell needs a full makeover if he thinks he's gonna be if he thinks he's going to represent us. Yeah, that's a very good point, especially based on my whole tirade I just went on about. Yeah, and add a fucking makeover. You feel me? New hair, I'm not really mad at the hair. I really like his hair. I like any wild hair, just wild for no reason. I love that. But not appropriate for president. You feel me? And you could really shock if you cut the hair, you know. Again, you got to be appropriate for the environment. You're president. So take your... Oh, to digress too, I'll come back to you in a second. I want to digress back to Deidre because the other thing I would say is that remember that the president is supposed to be the leader of the free world. And the one person that could have shut down and stopped the killing of any 15,000 Palestinians, it wouldn't have been 3. If Joe Biden picked the phone and said, if you do anything back to they ass, we not giving your bitch ass shit else. No more billions that we send you. We're not sending you no more fucking. We recalling the shit that we gave you, that we give you. No, I mean, he could have shut it down. He could have shut it down. So who's the president? Is it Israel or is it Joe Biden? I'm lost on it. I'll have to buy a vowel and check with some people in the State Department to find out who the fuck is president of this bitch, because clearly it is unknown. What am I seeing? Okay. You know, some of these people my landlords have been selected as potential tenants lately have just been like, nah, and I'm seeing things now that just not feeling it. Okay, wait, it turned. Yeah, but definitely a makeover, she baby. Thank you for that. Some contact lenses are definitely going to have to be on order. I mean, there's some things. You feel me? All that, you got to go, homie. You got to go. You know, but everybody is his brother and sister, and he just, we can't have any black men speaking like that. Listen, Trump makes it clear he is for white people. Nobody doubts that. Except for these dumb-ass, fucked-up Negroes who need to be put in a fucking oven someplace. You feel me? They don't count. But he makes it very clear. All his rallies are nothing but fucking white people. It's known like that's white over there. We need that. Don't talk about no coalition of the willing and allies. As soon as you say any of that shit, I'm over you. Eternally. You don't got shit else to say to me. Yeah, we good. And son, you say, Jedi, you have been on since 4:22 my time in South Florida. So 5 hours, friend. Thank you, son. We just touched the runway, everybody. We're going to continue to pursue this topic, you guys, because I have so much other stuff that I have to bring you. And as I said to you in a previous sitting, I don't assume that everybody has seen what I've seen. You know, there's a lot of information out there. You know, what I'm trying to do is capture the things that I think are most germane and important and present that with context, you know, and also to be a buffer. I don't want my people to run away, and I don't want you to run away in the wrong direction, you know. And you also need to understand why, as African people, we should even give a fuck. Because even though it's, to some degree, it's still us having to put our own suffrage on the back burner for somebody else yet again, but this is too dire. 15,000 people have been murdered. Unless it's white people, you can't stand aside and look. You can't just stand aside for that. If it's them, we don't give a fuck. That's celebration. You go have a cookout and everything else. But this is, and remember too, that when we were in the thick of Ferguson, when it was, we were in the streets every fucking night battling the police, and it was the #1 story on earth and everything like that. When they started using that tear gas and pepper spray and all the bullshit against the protesters, it was Palestinians who started texting us in real time and tweeting, telling us how to deal with the effects of tear gas and pepper spray. That, when I knew, I remember the night, it was so much going on, and I don't remember what the first thing that made me know that, and it just broke my heart in such a good way, man, because I know, I was immediately aware, I know their situation, I've known it, this war, this aggression, this genocide didn't turn my head to Palestine. I've been on this forever. So I immediately know. It's kind of like, you know, somebody's in the hospital and you suddenly get a call from them. You don't forget they're in the hospital, you know, like, oh, so-and-so you calling from the hospital? Yeah, you know. So this was that for me, you know. I immediately, I'm aware that they are under siege, and here they were seeing us and helping us. That stuck with me. That stuck with me. And it was two oppressed people. It was another oppressed people reaching out, because the Chinese didn't do it. The Latinos didn't do it. Just you go down the list of humanity, it was the Palestinians. It was the Palestinians. I never forgot that. I just, the feeling of that even was just so profound for me, you know. Wow. It was just really something profound for me. You know, that's the only words I have for it right now, but and I remind you that everybody in Palestine is not a Muslim. There are Christian Palestinians. There are Jewish Palestinians. Oh my God, what did you say, Jedi? Stop telling us these things. Yes, they're Jewish Palestinians. There's atheists, you know. I mean, there's all variety. You know, it's majority Muslim, obviously, but still, that's all that's there. And more importantly, though, anyone who is fighting this white devil and certainly drawing their blood, we need to stand in their corner. We need to do that. We need to do that as a people. We need to do that. And you never know, because maybe one day we trade on that. We were there for you. You'll be there for us now. You know. Like I say, they were there for us. You know, they obviously couldn't be here. They're kind of in prison, but they were on it. They were on it. They were on it. Yeah, the Palestinians, man. There is no greater modern day suffrage other than some countries in Africa. I'm not sure which number this would be in, like where they would be on the list, but they're in that list if they're not #1, you know, is the Palestinians, man. And let us be very clear that there is no suffrage by white people, past or present or future, that will ever equal the untold hundreds of millions of people they are responsible for massacring off the fucking earth. No sympathy for their bitch ass. None at all. As I said to you earlier, if we can be tomorrow, everybody, if we can be together tomorrow, then inshallah we will. She baby, you say, I noticed that too, Jedi. I was in Ferguson. Some of the local Palestinian store owners were allies and helped with supplies. Did not know that, she baby. Did not know that. Did not know that. So that's another one. You feel me? Another one. And yeah. So like I say, I'm only responsible for some phone calls and laundry tomorrow. It's early enough now that I should get a good night's sleep so that I can wake up kind of early. The earlier I'm up, then the earlier I can get phone calls in and I can get laundry done. And then inshallah we'll get a chance to be together tomorrow, you guys, and continue this conversation. And I will continue with, in fact, there's enough time now, and it's early enough in the evening that I can even begin to, because I have to watch this whole damn thing back. But I can go and get my clips more succinct and know exactly, like, boom, 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 boom. That'll help us out. And, yeah. And then, like I say, we will not be a 5-hour sitting tomorrow. That won't happen. It will maybe be a couple of hours, if that. We'll just try and keep it kind of quaint and sweet, if you will, you know. But I do want to say I thank you guys all for coming. And it's so good. Anytime I see any of my old names that I haven't seen in a while, I appreciate that, you guys. I do. I also want to say thank you to my moderators. Thank you guys for always showing up. You are my force field. Because I think when people come to the channel and they see y'all, they're like, oh, he got security, you know. And it's harder to get to me or to try to, you know, start any bullshit or anything like that. We're not having it. So I appreciate that. And yeah. Welcome to all the new subscribers to the channel. Also, make sure you're subscribed over on my other YouTube channel called Jedi Africa. I'll just pull that up as we're leaving, so you can physically see it, so you know exactly what you're looking for. And it also is helpful if you type in Jedi Africa channel. You put in Jedi Africa channel. Oh, I have to hit enter on the other one. And boom, there your boy is. Let me bring you in. And this is it here. You see, the channel we're on now is this one with the red icon. This says Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. In the name of Allah, the Beneficent, the Merciful. That's what this red icon. That's a good picture of me in this next video down here, y'all. Let me find out. I like it anyway. Anyways, but up top is the picture that is the icon for the other channel. It's Jedi Africa. There is no the. It's just Jedi Africa. Thereon is. So make sure that you're subscribed to both channels for your own benefit, so that you will know where I'm at, what I'm doing, and when I'm doing it. Because I do go back and forth between the channels. Just click on it. Why not? I'm over here. Yeah. So welcome to all the new subscribers. And last one, MB1. Marcus! Man, alhamdulillah. Oh, I cannot stand you, Marcus, as I'm just shutting it down after 5 hours. It's always good to see you, man. Wow. We got to catch up sometime. I would love that, Marcus. I do, man. And you know, I don't remember my Skype or any of that stuff no more, but I'm going to resurrect that stuff because one of the things that I want to do while I'm still here in America, before I go back home to the Gambia, is I want to try to get my technology locked in. You know, I realized my weaknesses and stuff when I was there, you know what I mean? So even though I hated coming back, it was a good thing. It was a good thing in many ways, you know. And among them is making sure that I have things locked down. So I'm going to get that. I'm going to get that back. I don't remember my sign-in or nothing like that, Marcus, but I'm going to get it back. I am, man, because I miss those, and you were always a part of them, and we had some good times. There's a lot of them that I recorded while we were on. I just was recording them, so I'm able to go back. Daniel Brunson, I haven't seen him in forever. I was actually looking him up the other day, you know, trying to see if he had a channel. Could I even find him? It kills. That's the only thing I hate about this, like, because I get attached to people. And I like to be connected to people, and this is just so, like, you know, if people just, you suddenly don't see names no more. You don't know if they died. They could have been killed in a car accident. You don't know what happened to people. You know, it's so odd. You know, for somebody like me, for those people that just look, to subscriber count just to see if they got numbers, they don't give a fuck. You feel me? If they lose 10 people, they got another 10 people. That's all they care about. You could have died or fucking choked. They don't care. They don't. They don't. They don't. They don't. And I'm the same dude that I was at 23,000 subscribers. I'm the same dude that when I was at 23,000 subscribers that I am at, I think we're almost 4,000 on this channel. I always acknowledge every comment. If I can't answer it with a full answer, then I at least give it a thumbs up and a heart. That lets you know I read your comment. I saw it. I read it. I did. That's your assurance. I saw it. I read it. You feel me? So even if I have time to answer it or, you know, whatever, it's my communication to you that yes, I see it and I read it. You know. And I was that way even when I was at 23,000. You know, I read every comment. How many times did I have people, it would be like, if I just got behind, so maybe it's a week later, people couldn't believe I was answering their comment. I said I would and I did, damn it. That's who I am. That's who I am. That's who I am. So, again, welcome to all new subscribers. Make sure to subscribe to both channels. As I say, everybody, inshallah, we will be together tomorrow. I'll just have to be very strategic and with my time management, but I think I get it. I think I can get it done. To you all, have a great evening. If you actually celebrated that fucking holiday on Thursday, then have some leftover turkey, you know, and a piece of sweet potato pie or something like that. And know that I love you, and that's why I am sitting here. You know, I've said that from video 1 in 2015 to this one in 2023. It's the only reason why I sit here. It is the only reason why the Jedi speaks. I love you all. We'll see you soon.